5:08 p.m. on February 7th, 2024, and this is the District of Columbus State Board of Education working session. It's now called for. This month's working session is being held in person at the Berry Junior Building. However, in-person attendance is limited to members of staff of the State Board and invited guests. The working session is being streamed live on the State Board's YouTube page for members of the public to attend. Please visit SBOE.dc.gov to learn how to submit and present testimony at the State Board of Public. So we'll have a vote.
Representative Williams. Representative Chang. Representative Boulay.
Here.
Representative Boulay.
I'm here virtually.
Representative O'Leary.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Best.
Present.
Representative Thompson. Representative Reed. Representative Patterson.
President.
I have the form, so. Got no confirmed.
We will hold it until we can establish a form.
Yes.
Eric? Representative Boulay? I don't think you can hear me. Representative Boulay, can you try again?
Oh, we have the form. So,
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh,
yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm on virtually here. I'll be joining in person, but I just wanted to let you know I'm on Zoom and present.
Thank you.
The form has been determined. The State Board will now proceed with the seat. Yeah, okay. Yeah, welcome to the February 7th DC State Board of Education working session. At this time, I will share a leadership report and I will wait for the
You should expect the director.
Well, we do have our Madam President here, one minute, so we'll give her time to settle in. And
Good evening. We did not have any external meetings between our last leadership report and this leadership report because we have at least one person due to leadership. So we have to account for the changes in the calendar. Hence why we did not get a long email from me with notes attached because there are no notes to attach. I do want to make two notes of just like recent things that are happening. One, Executive Director Butler sent around an email asking folks for their availability so we can hire the new ombudsman. If you have not provided your availability, no worries. We have printed out so you can fill out today your availability. Please take a moment to do that during the break because we do want to make sure that we do not have interrupted services for families. And we know that the ombudsman's office does fabulous work to support our family. So that's note number one. Note number two, thanks to everyone who either sent an email, connected with me over the phone, text, what have you, so we can get, I'm hoping a little closer between what we have seen and what we want to see around the school report card. As much information as I had this morning was sent to Dr. Grant, and then another round of information was sent this afternoon. So looking forward to Austin's presentation later today. That concludes the leadership report. Looking forward to next month being able to update you all on meetings we have, because we will actually have meetings, between, this working session and next working session. All right. Any questions on the leadership report? Hearing none, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Butler, for her report.
Thank you, President Thompson. Good evening, members of the board and guests. My report is as follows for the last month. In the month of January, we kicked off interviews for our procurement analyst position. We are hoping to be able to make an offer to a person at the end of February. We're very excited. We were able to confirm the board retreat will be on March 9th from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. You should have that on your calendars already sent around. Thank you all for your input. We will dig deeper this evening into agenda topics for the board retreat. Also, please note, Vega filing for financial disclosure will kick off on April 15th. And then I will send my list. All elected officials, including state board members, are required to disclose their public financial disclosures with Vega. So your names and email addresses and addresses that you have registered at the Board of Elections will be shared with Vega so that they can reach out to you. So please make sure you complete that filing by May 15th. Last but not least, I just want to take some time to thank the staff for stepping to the gap. We have been down a communication staff person, but our social media and our communications for the team has not been like it has to be. And so I'm very grateful for all of the hard work that you all have put in to make sure we stand in the gap while we can fill that position, and we continue to do so. Last but not least, after the DCPS presentation today, I will be leaving the meeting, and our Deputy Director, Jim Riones, will be sitting in the seat for me to have a family obligation to speak. Are there any questions?
All right, if no questions, so just a comment. For those who have not done the filing before, it is not that hard. And it's not that common. We need, support others. If there are no other questions, I'm very pleased, to welcome Dr. Louis Fairby to our meeting. Chancellor of DCPS, who is going to be the next 45 minutes, on our agenda. Chancellor Fairby is going to give us a dive into DCPS's newest 5-year strategic plan. And so, looking forward to hearing from you, Chancellor Fairby, and welcome to the ladies club.
Thank you, President Rose Thompson. Thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. A few weeks ago, many of you may know, DC Public Schools launched its latest iteration of our capital commitment, which is our strategic plan, which is our roadmap for excellence for DCPS for the next 5 years. DCPS proudly has been a leader in public education with transformative work around student outcomes and social emotional learning. Particularly over the last 15 years, we've been one of the fastest improving, but also one of the fastest growing, especially if you look at our peers here in the region in terms of enrollment, proudly have grown significantly over the last few years. Where we go next is important as we think about what our anchors are. Part of our progress and our transformation has been our strategic plan and setting the course of our priorities and how we invest our time and energy. A critical part of that success has also been our village. And so throughout this plan, you'll see an emphasis on our people and our community, sharing these ideas around what our priorities are for our students and our parents. I believe our next 5 years will be just as transformative as our last 5 years. And set the course for our direction. We have a video that we're going to present that highlights when we think about our planning process in the next 5 years in DCPS. And then I'm going to go deeper into our 3 anchors and then our equity imperative and the 3 principles centered around our strategic plan. So right now I'm going to show the video.
Well, thank you.
I promise you, it's the video.
I trust you all.
That is the transition from kindergarten, elementary to middle school to high school, ultimately post-secondary success. So for this plan, I'm really excited about our ability to build upon our roots and legacy in academia. We see public schools continue in the fast moving urban school district. We have 10 years of progress and momentum that we want to build upon. We see public schools on the edge of the science of reading. We've seen the progress as a result of that work show up in our results throughout the last 5 years. So what we want to do now is transition some of that success to mathematics. Part of the plan, we're building pre-K through 12, a new continuum of learning for mathematics. We're asking everybody to do the math first. With our student population that has historically not performed at the level we want, our equity indicators allow deeper identity and support. That includes investments in special education services, outside environment, and also our multi-dimensional. At DC Public School, we're extremely proud that we continue to lead the nation in our family and community. It is our goal to ensure that we advance everything we do at every level, voice the perspectives of our parents and our partners. This allows us to ensure that our students are on the path of life. Thank you for choosing DCPS. Thank you. So, hopefully you got a chance to hear some of the video, but I'll give you highlights. We'll go back to the slide. We're gonna begin with, the next slide is focused on our engagement. So this has been a 18-month engagement process for DCPS, listening very deeply and broadly to our students, our communities, and our stakeholders about what's important to them, what's next, and what we should be thinking about in DCPS and our next generation of excellence. We held several sessions, again, with families, staff, students. We actually had some focus groups directly with students at schools. So several of our high schools had opportunity to sit down directly with students and hear from them. And then in addition to those engagement sessions, we had a survey that we issued to families. And this allowed us to generate in the winter before we went home for winter break in December and what we heard report. This report outlined what we heard from families, students in the community, and what was reported to them, what priorities you guys should think about and understand the effect. You go to the next slide and share a little bit more about what we shared and what the report. So these are some of the themes that we heard from our families and our students and community as what is important to them. You can see that there was a common theme around expanding opportunity after schools, extracurriculars was something that families also read up that was important to them. And then we heard from our staff that they need to continue to have rich professional learning experiences. They wanted to grow in knowledge and profession and the craft in order to be able to deliver the best. And then finally, one of the things that you'll see embedded in the plan is this emphasis on preparing students for college and career. Ensure that every student has a plan for what's next. Some students express interest also in career technical education experience as well. You go to the next, see the anchors of this plan, and one, we start with our equity imperative. While DCPS has probably made progress in academics and enrollment and many other outcomes, we know that there's still a lot more work. We also know that our Black and brown students still have opportunity gaps if we look at the performance of their counterparts. And so ensuring that we have the tools and resources to provide the most equitable experience possible for our students is priority number one. Secondly, we made two commitments. We made commitments around valuing our people and our partners. And that is to ensure that this village idea that we have around everybody rolling their sleeves up, doing this work together with DCPS is vital to the next phase of our exit. Much of what we've been able to accomplish in the last 10 to 15 years has been because of our people and our partners and the community who've been with us in lockstep on the progress of DCPS. And then third, there are three strategic priorities that I'm going to go into today that really, again, anchor this plan for DCPS in our future. And that is one, students succeeding academically. You think about students succeeding academically, that is both math and English language arts. And while we've experienced a lot of success with reading, we've been on the curve and the edge, vanguard with the science of reading. We won't lose our focus there. We'll continue to keep an eye on that, but we will definitely go deeper in mathematics, where we need to spend time ensuring that we not only get back to where we were at pandemic levels, but also see that performance. Secondly, we want students to have a great sense of connection to their school. We know that students are at their best when they feel a connection with the adults, the peers in their building. They feel heard and seen. And so this is an area of emphasis in us in the strategic plan. And then finally, students being prepared for what's next. When we think about prepared for what's next, that's throughout the pre-K to 12 continuum. That is students ready for kindergarten when they leave pre-K 3 to pre-K 4, the transition from elementary to middle school to high school, and then ultimately students are prepared for what's next once they graduate. We think about college and career. So those are the ways in which we will invest, spend our time and resources. So think about preparing students for what's next and being connected to their schools and being prepared academically. I want to share with you some of our commitments around what that will look like. So students succeeding academically, next slide, you can see that there are particular levers that we're focused on ensuring that we realize that goal. So as I mentioned earlier, lots of work to do in mathematics. We've already started some of that work. We have some curriculum adjustments that we made, the professional learning experience that we provided to teachers. But there's a specific goal that we have here around mathematics, specifically for middle school. We want more of our students being prepared for algebra by grade 8, so that they have opportunity for more advanced courses when they go into high school. When we think about a safe and supportive learning environment, students feeling connected to school, we think this is the place where we want to bolster our extracurriculars. We want to dramatically increase the opportunity that students have after school for enrichment, athletics, and particularly with a focus on our middle school age students, where we know these are the students that are asking for more of those experiences. And we want those experiences to be equitable across the district in terms of excellence. And then finally, we will have big lofty goals around graduation. Over the last 5 years, the CPS has seen its graduation rate increase by 10 percentage point. We want to continue that progress, but we also want more students to earn scholarships. We want more students to not have to worry about what's next if they want to go directly into the workforce. And then we also want to continue to advance dual enrollment opportunities. 5 years ago, we had less than 50 students that were dual enrolled in early college program. Today, we have over 200. We're excited to launch a new early college partnership with the University of District of Columbia and Anacostia High School. We're currently enrolling for that program for the 24-25 school year. And then proudly, we had our first class of graduates earning both their high school and their associate's degree at Trinity University in partnership with Coolidge and their early college program as well. There's been a big boost for the learning environment in Coolidge. And so we also see career and technical education, as I mentioned earlier, as a key part of students preparing for college and career with a particular career in mind and starting to build that career while they're in high school. So again, at each phase, we want students to be prepared for what's next. We've also started that work with our pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 students by adjusting their curriculum. We have what we call building blocks now. It's a part of pre-K 3, pre-K 4, which is a new math curriculum. And so again, the goal here is to ensure that our students are succeeding academically. They feel connected to their school. We think the type of activities that students have outside of the school day influence their connection to school. Just yesterday, I was at the design days for our high school redesign experiences for our next cohort of high schools that are in their redesign process. And there was a student who described how important this is. He said, my grades were bad. I was having an attendance issue, but then I joined the basketball team. And my attendance has been stellar, and I'm on the honor roll. And you find that to be true across the district. And what we also see is that students will be present during the school day because they know that something exciting is happening after school. We want to create those experiences starting in our middle grades and also transitioning to our high school. We're also excited about one of our strategies that we started this year with our 6th grade academy, which is focused on a successful transition for our rising 6th graders, because we know that's where absenteeism starts, and then that's also where students' grades start to fall. We see in DCPS, there's a peak with attendance in 5th grade, and then there's a decline that starts in 6th and that continues throughout their journey in middle school and high school. Just this year alone, we've seen an increase in almost every measure in our 6th graders who are experiencing our 6th grade academy. This is 11 of our standalone middle schools where they have grades 6 to 8. So we believe that there's already promise and hope in many of the practices that we've already begun to implement. And we're excited about the next 5 years and what this plan will do. And many of you have already been a part of the engagement process and help inform what's next for DCPS and our students and families. So with that, I'll stop there to see if there's any questions that you have for me about the plan, but excited about students feeling connected to their schools, succeeding academically, and being prepared for what's next.
So I've already gotten a text from our friend on the phone for forum, that he would like to do the question line, what else is getting in? Representative Henderson, Representative Washington, I think I saw Williams and then Best, in that order, so Representative Boulay is on the phone. You get to go first.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Madam President?
Yes, I can.
All right, Chancellor, I'm sorry I'm not there in person. Had a scheduling conflict. I'll be there in a little while. I think we're really concerned in Ward 3 about teacher retention. So I just wanted to ask you, we always usually start off negotiations with the principals meeting with each other. And by principals, I mean the deputy mayor and agency director sitting down with the head of the union. Have you met with DCPS yet? And is that imminent? I think we're all concerned that the contract is expired and we're about to miss another budget. So can you give us an update on that, please?
Yeah, I can give you an update on contract negotiations. Obviously, there are details that we don't share in honor of the confidentiality of the process. But I want to go back to your initial statement about retention. Our retention has actually been higher recently than it was pre-pandemic. And we continue to hold to the number of over 90% of our employees, especially our teachers, coming back year after year. And we've also seen improved retention of our school leaders, which oftentimes influence teacher retention as well. In terms of contract negotiations, we continue to work with the union on bargaining dates and times, and we will meet and discuss these items. But the current proposal that we have before the Washington Teacher Union, we haven't received a response back yet. We look forward to receiving a response back. It's important to note we recently inked a new contract recently that's in place, and will continue to be in place until we negotiate the next contract with the union. But I want to be clear that there's a current contract in place based on what we recently reached an agreement on.
Will we be receiving the school-based budgets, the individual school budgets next week?
I wish I had that answer
I think
for you.
they're scheduled for the 11th, right? They're supposed to be at the 11th.
We don't have a date. We continue to work with the mayor's budget team on releasing school budgets. I think, you know, there's obviously, if you read the tea leaves, some difficult times in the city right now as we think about budget and revenue. But I don't have specific dates to give you at this point of when those budgets will be released. But we want to ensure that we give LSATs adequate time to adjust and plan for next school year based on those budgets whenever they're released.
Okay, I guess that's concerning because, you know, as you know, they didn't get that much time last year. And I think the date is set statutorily. It counts backward from the date of the budget submission. So I think it's the 11th they're supposed to be out. You know, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that's concerning. Last question, then I'll turn it over to somebody else. The concern I have, I'm hearing proposals about a 30% basically set aside for at risk, which would eliminate all pre-K 4 through the lottery in Ward 3. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with your referencing.
It would be through the boundary study with the deputy mayor that they would be recommending that until at risk reached a certain level, there would only be at risk through the lottery, which would mean that, you know, we wouldn't be able to get, you know, any real pre-K options for 3 and 4 year olds in Ward 3.
Yeah, I can't speak. That's not a recommendation from me or DCPS, so I wouldn't be the best person to speak to that.
Okay, I'll follow up with the deputy mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Should I say all the questions at once or one at a time? That's my- All right. So, first, to echo the concern about the contract, like we're all anxious to see progress there. I'm wondering about, obviously, reading and mathematics are essential. You need those things to do most other things. But how will that be held in tension with like all the other subjects that we hope that our kids are exposed to, arts, PE, all the other things that they need to be engaged in a school day? How can we maintain all those things at once?
Well, I think all the valuable in what we've seen in reading is there's significant power in reading and writing across content areas. And so I think for us, we want to continue to build on that concept. We want to apply that to mathematics as well, which I don't think we've done as much as I'd like. And that will be a focus for us, as I mentioned earlier, with our emphasis on math. I do think that there are opportunities to deepen math understanding and proficiency in social studies and science, in music and physical education. And so I think those are places where other content areas can be helpful in our drive around improving proficiency and mastery in both math and literacy. I also think that there's interest in already a lot happening in educators in those content areas, and we want to continue to understand and build upon their expertise and how they can help and support us.
Yeah.
But it will require everybody to roll in the boat together. And in fact, we've asked all of our educators to think about everybody being a math person. Because we think that type of mindset is really what it's going to take for us to recover in math.
Yeah, I just hope the practical implication isn't just like a narrowing in on those two core things. Relatedly, what is the Dream Learning Center? Like that's referenced in the strategic plan, but I'm not clear on like what that is.
Great question. Glad you asked. So you may be familiar with the DC Reading Clinic. So these are locations across the district. There's a great example of this happening at Turner Elementary School, where we have space in the school where students receive tutoring in literacy, and it's also utilized as a professional development tool for the educator providing the tutoring. And so both students and staff benefit. It's a lab opportunity for us to deepen our strategies with how we teach reading. We want to apply that same concept with mathematics. So we want to offer students the ability to be tutored in math outside of the school day with DCPS educators, and DCPS educators that are leading and learning from that experience and use that as a professional development tool.
So is that in-house TCPS or is that with?
Yeah, so right now the DC Reading Clinic is primarily being provided by DCPS educators. We see the same will be true with the Dream Math Center. So these will be the same structures where students will be tutored in math, and then it will be a professional learning experience for them.
Last question about the DC report card. You and I have talked in the past about how the entry grades don't align sometimes between DCPS and charters and how that causes some issues. There's some analysis by Dr. Betsy Wolf that suggests that those kind of differentials in student populations can kind of lead to DCPS schools having lower report card scores kind of generally. Do you have any thoughts on how the report card is working for DCPS schools in relation to that or otherwise?
I think the report cards in general reflect, a deep understanding of like how schools are performing and what's important to our school community. I know the office states, Dr. Grant, their team worked really hard. On creating something that I think is informative for families. I think in general, though, having entry grade levels that vary significantly across the district, I think does disadvantage DCPS in some ways. And I think for some families, it's tough to make a decision about middle grades when your option starts during the elementary experience for DCPS students. So in my world, I see it where there's more consistency. I think it helps families in the decisions that they make. I also think that consistency helps us in our planning as well.
I would just want to see the research because we just changed our accountability system. So I would want to know if that research reflects the current framework that's in play, where we were really intentional about shifting weights to control for some of the things that we raised. And so, like, obviously I'm quite proud of the report card, but if that is a finding, I would want to see it overlaid to our current system, which to my knowledge, no one has studied because we haven't produced findings on it just yet. This is the first, we only have 2 years of data just right now. So I would want to see the study and pass it to my team.
Yeah, and for me, I'm speaking primarily from a enrollment perspective. I think that's where it's more challenging. I don't have any strong feelings about it.
I appreciate that. We'll share that. I want to make sure, we get as many members as possible. Because I know we don't always get Dr. Grant at our working session, but people, have ample time, with her later. I know that, I believe, what was next? Was Taya next? Representative Washington was next, and then I think Representative Williams and then Representative Best.
And then we had two clarifying questions.
Speak a little louder, you can't.
I mean, we had two clarifying questions. I was wondering what the kindergarten success plan would look like, and if it would be similar to the 6th and 9th grade categories. And then I was also wondering, for one of your key action goals, it was ensure students in every ward have access to the same advanced math, analytics, and advanced science courses. I was wondering how you all think that.
Yeah, two great questions. I think you asked about like the kindergarten success. You're right, it is very similar to what I described for our 6th graders and 6th grade academy, 9th grade. It's ensuring that those students, whether they transition from a DCPS pre-K, whether it's their first experience in kindergarten in school, that there are the appropriate support structures, that they experience success in that critical year of kindergarten. In terms of access to advanced math courses, we believe that that starts as early as pre-K, pre-K 4, and creating the foundational math skills and elementary experience so that students are prepared for that advanced math in middle school. But right now, there are clear opportunity gaps across the city where we have some schools that have a large share of students taking both algebra and geometry in the middle school. So we want to see that be reflected in all of our middle schools across the city. And we believe that if we prepare students for those experiences, they'll be ready. And then we also need to ensure and monitor that those offerings exist when students get there. You're welcome.
All right. I think, there we go. So friendly reminder, if you turn on one mic. Okay, so what I want to say is don't press the mic. If you press one mic, you turn off all mics. That was gonna be my friendly reminder, and they should be close to you, but not too close together. But no worries, we just gonna do it again. I did it the first week. Thank you, Representative Williams next. I see Representative Beth, and I know Representative Chang and Representative O'Leary, who's very far away from me now. I want to get.
Thanks, Dr. Kirby. So I wanted to follow up and piggyback off of what, the retention issue that Representative Goulet had raised. Last year, under the council legislation, with flexible scheduling, DCBS was communicating which schools would be enrolled in that program moving forward, and I think you've already selected your schools. I just wanted to know kind of more about how you decided which schools would participate in the program.
So we wanted to know from school leaders who was interested. And then we also were looking at performance of where the strategy might be helpful as a lever to improve academic performance. Schools were identified. We have 10 schools that are part of the pilot, and they've already submitted their plans to us of how they will implement this model. We've had some opportunity to go see other places who implemented similar strategies and somewhat learn from them. We have some schools that have been implementing already this school year, and we have schools that are being receiving additional dollars to support that effort. For me, my only ask has been like, let's make sure that that flexible schedule doesn't result in less time for teaching and learning for students. And so I think if we're able to provide that rich learning experience and also give teachers time for planning or time for other important tasks that they have to prepare for their instruction, I think it works for both students and the educators in that scenario. But I think we're early in implementation and we'll learn more as we implement, but it seems like a promising practice. I just want to make sure that we get it right.
That's cool. That's good to hear. And, I'm excited to kind of see how it unfolds too. I think the other thing as a current teacher too, I'm still very concerned about the level of retention in the city, and a lot of the three main strategic priorities, whether it be succeeding academically, students feeling connected to schools or prepared for what's next, really do require like, the biggest resource that we have, which is our teachers, to maintain connection to students and families. So I guess, has there been any discussion in the 5-year plan about the evaluation system and impact and potentially reforming it in some ways? I know that, DCBS is a little higher than the city at large with retaining teachers, at about 80%. But that still means we're losing 1 in 5 teachers, every year from school to school. So that has been one of the things that teachers have cited as to, why they're leaving. I know that you had even previously said that, the anti-bias measures would be implemented. So have you surveyed teachers to see if those things have been implemented? And has it come up as to how we could create changes to impact to make it work better, or a different evaluation system?
I think there are, some opportunities that exist to continue to refine, but I think there are many successes that we can point to where it has served our educators well. I think about where we were when I first started back in 2018-19 school year, and the number of teachers that were effective and highly effective, and where we are today. That number has grown significantly. And I think that says a lot about the work that our teachers have done and their ability to perform at a high level. That's the win for our students, right? So I think we need to continue to lean on those strategies that help us get to that point and achieve that level of success. But it's not a perfect system, right? And it's something that we need to continue to assess and refine, and we'll do that. I don't think that has to be attached to our strategic plan, because it's something that we've done and we'll continue to do. And we'll continue to solicit feedback from our educators. When we think about what gets us better, what I hear from our educators is the types of professional learning experiences that they have. And that's our commitment that's referenced in that plan, is to continue to ensure that those are rich experiences, often led by educators in DCPS. Our teachers like to learn with and from fellow DCPS teammates, but they also want to learn in the university setting as well. So to support math, we have a new partnership where teachers can earn a certificate and take courses in a higher ed environment. And so we'll continue to think about what we can do to deepen those learning experiences. But for the most part, our teachers are really benefiting, in the classroom and also financially from the impact structures that we created.
All right. Hey, how are you?
And good, sir.
Good, good. This is awesome. Thanks for, the hard work that goes into it. I know that it's no small task at all. 18 months is a long time to do this. But I also know, a lot changes in 5 years. And one of the things that you mentioned is preparing our students for what happens next. And I think everyone here knows my big thing. We're kind of living in an exciting time, but it's also pretty scary, right? We're in the midst of a technological revolution. And with the advent of AI and other emerging tech, the job market is changing drastically, right? And I want to make sure that we are also preparing our students for what will happen next. And while 18 months of research is exactly what should be done, and I applaud you all for it, because of the rapid shifts, I fear that 5 years without having AI and other emerging tech as a priority will possibly put us way behind the ball. And obviously, not blaming you all, no one knew that this was going on 18 months ago. But I guess my only ask is that as you all continue to do the work that you're doing, maybe you create a ghost priority that puts AI and tech in there, so that we are making sure that our students are on par with the curve and not behind it, because we know that this tech will exacerbate a lot of a lot of the gaps that we're currently seeing.
Yeah, I share your interest in understanding the dynamics of the labor market. I think it's really fluid at this moment.
Yeah.
Actually, I had an opportunity to meet with our high school principals today at Blue High School. This was one of the topics that came up. It's like, how do we refine our career and technical education experiences and offerings to ensure that it aligns with the workforce? I think the one thing that's really clear about what's coming out of advanced technology is the ability to do data analysis and be an analytical thinker is a really key skill that you'll need in this next generation of technology. So it's like, how do you, kind of analyze and, take data points that can be generated through other resources, but make sense of it in the workplace. It's upon us to ensure that those experiences are embedded in what students do in the day-to-day work, and also learning from employers, where to go next, right? And so I think for our, say, for example, our healthcare sector, they've been really clear, like, we're gonna continue to need nurses. We're gonna continue to need pharmacy techs. Like there are roles that we know that are needed today and will be needed tomorrow in the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
But there are also roles that are in question, right? And we want to make sure that we think about that in what we offer. But our students, they're certainly attuned to it, and our school leaders, they care deeply about it. And we want to make sure that we put students on the right track, but also at the same time, we want to incorporate student interest in it. Right? So we want students to know much as possible about how to think about their career opportunities and options. The last thing I think that we try to help students understand is like the idea of you having the same employer for 30 years.
It's not the thing.
Right? It's not the same, right? And so how do you become so agile in your skill sets that you can have a successful career that have potentially multiple touch points, right? And what skill sets do you need in order to accomplish that?
Yeah.
So I think those are the types of conversations that we are and will continue to have with our students to prepare them for the workforce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert Chang.
Good. Hi, Chancellor.
Good
I'm
evening.
Alistair, represent Ward 2. And literacy is my top priority. So
I see everybody has their own area.
And so appreciate the investments you've made in structure of literacy. I think that the reading clinic is one of the gems of our city, and I'm really grateful for the investments that you've made there. Not just saying that because Mr. Clayman. My question for you is around the challenges that you see ahead for us in that work and what we could be doing as a board to help.
Yeah, so I think nationally, and it shows up here in the city, right? There's still recovery with attendance. And we've seen progress this year. I think it'll be an ongoing effort to build back that muscle that school is important. You need to be present every day, you need to be on time every day. And I think that's been an awakening in our city around like what we need to do. And I think everybody has a role to play, right? In terms of getting our students to school safely every day. And I think the State Board of Ed needs to continue to rally with DCPS, public charter schools around that. I also think that it would be important for us to think about how we level set with a cliff of federal resources that were one time that allowed us to do some of the work that we were able to accomplish over the past few years. How do we tap into different resources to continue that work? I think the State Board of Ed can certainly be helpful there. In terms of
On that point, where do you see us being most central?
well, so I think there's promise in the partnerships that we have in our community. And I think both the State Board of Ed, obviously city leadership, DCPS, public charter school, I think we have to continue to tap into our community resources. For example, our higher ed institutions have been a huge part of a high impact tutoring, right? So we've got college students tapping into our during the day, after school tutoring opportunities. But I think we gotta ask ourselves, what else might we do differently that leverages community resources, knowing that we'd had historic investments that were one-time resources, right? I think that's thinking that we all can do. And then potentially there are members of the community or organizations that may want to step up and help us continue that one. And so I think putting our heads together around that will be important as we think about where do we go next. Going back to the question around AI, preparing for the workforce, I think we got to continue to lean into our employers as much insight as we can gain around the workforce here in the area and the region, and how do we prepare students, and then giving students the opportunity to gain internships, apprenticeships. And we got promising practices with the ATC. We got promising practices the way we evolve with the Marion Summer Youth Employment School Year. But I think there's still more work that we all can do together to ensure that we're preparing students for college career.
One framing that I appreciate around attendance to literacy, I think is absolutely spot on. I would also pose that inverse is also true. That if you are not reading by third, fourth grade, from fifth grade on, you're not only not able to read to learn, but the class is very disengaging. It's very hard to keep up. And having spoken to many students and families who say, there's no point in me going to school anymore because I can't keep up, right? And so I appreciate the work that you and your office have been doing, thinking about attendance, and certainly don't think that those are isolated issues.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, think that disengagement certainly shows up when you're not feeling like you're being successful. But I also want to be clear that, depending upon the age level of the student, whether they get to school that day or on time, sometimes is an adult challenge just as much as it is a student challenge. So I think we gotta be sure that in those critical years when it's more so adult issue than a student issue, that we lean on the adults so that they can have that success in the early years and they're feeling more confident about their work in their upper grades when they hit that, that critical point, like you said, where they're reading.
Thank you.
We're getting to that place where we're almost rounded out. Representative O'Leary.
I guess being near the end, I've got a lot of questions from what you said. First thing is when Representative Best talked about AI and you were talking about everything that has to do with computers. Is there gonna be enough money in the budget for every student to have access to a computer in August?
Yes, our plan is to do a refresh as part of our Empowered Learners Initiative, which continues our commitment to one-to-one, from 3 to 12, and a lower ratio for our younger students. We have purchased some devices, but some of those devices are now out of life cycle. And we expect to have new devices for those devices that are out of life cycle for students and staff by the start of the school year. And then we continue our whiteboard refresh in our classrooms as well. And we've also continued updates in our infrastructure with Wi-Fi access as well.
Thank you. Attendance. On the report card, because I'm not saying I'm an expert of the report card, but I've read the report card a lot since it came out.
The report card, the DCPS or the district or the DC?
The DC report card.
Gotcha.
And the attendance figures on there are atrocious. What is being done by the system to change the whole concept of how many students are chronically absent?
Well, progress monitoring is paramount, right? So identifying students who have a history of attendance challenge. So I mentioned earlier, our strategies around sixth grade academy. So to give you some context, we looked at who are the sixth graders that are coming in that had the most challenges with attendance as fifth graders, right? We have to treat them differently and create strategies around their attendance participation. As a result of the work that we've done this year, those sixth graders actually have a better attendance rate than they've had in fifth grade. And in many cases, they're outpacing some of their peers that didn't have those challenges in fifth grade. And so I think that type of intensive support for those students we know who've had a history of those challenges, we've seen some promising results from that. But I also believe that we have to continue our outreach to families and understand why students aren't in school and case manage some interventions and support for that student or the family. But I think this is going to be an ongoing recovery effort, and we see it across the nation nationally, that building that muscle back up has taken some time. But what is promising is the types of results that we've seen in this school year, where we have improved our attendance rate. If you look at where we were last year to date, where we are currently. In fact, last school year's attendance rate was better than the year before. And we expect to continue that positive trajectory of improvement.
In the succeeding academically goals, it says DC students are mathematically strong. But the figures on the report card don't reflect that at all.
That's why as a goal, we certainly.
Okay, what is, but, and it's the same thing with reading. And I understand that as a goal, but there has to be a sea change in what's going on in the classroom in order for students to be able to read. Now, I'm a high school teacher, all right? So my students came to me I taught seniors for 30 years. And they came to me with, from everywhere from fifth grade reading level to a 12th grade reading level. All right, and I spent all that year moving their levels up. All right, but that has to be done in every class. And it has to be, I shouldn't have to be getting students who are reading at a fifth grade reading level. I understand what you're saying about sixth graders attendance, and that's really important. But we also have 6 other grades whose attendance isn't very good. We have chronic attendance rates are horrible. So they can't, and like Representative Chang was saying, I'm in the 7th grade and I can't read what we're doing. I have alternatives that don't have anything to do with school. So there has to be a complete effort to make literacy the most important thing going on in every school. And it has to get away from standardized testing. Because when the standardized testing, when the PARCC test came in, it took away dozens, maybe scores of classroom hours from teachers because they weren't able to work with their children's reading and math skills.
Yeah, we have to agree to disagree on our assessments, right? I think one of the reasons why we're so competitive nationally with other urban school districts is because we have some of the most rigorous state assessments that you'll find. And I think that helps us in our schools set a standard of excellence that is important for how our students will compete with students across the nation. Now, the sea change that you are referring to, I believe that's in process in these years. I think if you compare our results, especially in recent years on early literacy, I don't think you'll find the type of achievement that we've experienced in many other places across the nation. Now, where we do have more significant gaps is around math. It is unacceptable where we are, and that is why this is an important priority for us to create the types of learning experience that need to exist for our students to have access to advanced math courses. But we know that that's critical. When we think about, preparing students for college and career, the types of math skills that students will need to be the analytical thinker that I referenced earlier. You have to have those math skills, particularly around algebraic thinking and concepts that we know that some of our students don't have today.
I'm sorry, Vice President Pepps.
Congratulations on your strategic plan.
Thank you.
I am particularly happy about the commitments that you have, and in particular, your partnership with communities. With that being said, since I'm a community engagement person, a couple weeks ago, you guys named some community schools, Kimball, Ward 7, and Malcolm X, Ward 8, which I'm very excited about. What I want to know, because I think so many other schools need to be labeled community schools as well. What are your plans around, identifying more community schools? Is that a funding issue? Like, what are your thought process around that? Because historically, they've been so underfunded prior to you getting here, that there are so many other schools to serve that same title and resources.
Yeah, so we've been careful to be slow and steady with the community school model, not to try to accelerate expansion without ensuring the students in the schools that are in the model are experiencing success. We've been really careful about expansion. We also have been very fortunate to receive federal Department of Ed grant dollars to help us with that. And we anticipate that there'll be more resources available to expand that effort. But I think it's important to have the right school and the right school leader that understands and embraces that approach, that is committed to a community that is a part of how we think about teaching and learning, and also is committed to, you have to open your doors to partners if you want to be a full support to the whole child and family. I think there's some, mindset changes that have to occur to be really effective. And so we want to make sure we have the right leaders who are prepared to lead in that way. And then we want to go to schools and communities that have the greatest need. And that's been our approach to identifying the schools that have taken on this model. And I'm proudly been a part of expanding that effort in DCPS. I look forward to expanding it in more schools. And I think even the schools that don't wear the badge of brand of community schools, there are a lot who have already learned from their peers and incorporated some of those concepts. What I get really excited about is that DCPS widely visits thousands of homes each school year. We are a national leader in home visits. That's another strategy that has been beneficial with, our attendance challenges. But I think the ability to connect with a family in their home or at a neutral site and have conversations around where students are, where they need to be, has been an important part of our engagement process. And then the redesign. I got a chance to be with our students who are leading the redesign efforts in the next cohort. And the way the students are thinking about engagement is exciting. Like, students are like, I want to be a part of planning my math lessons. I want to be a part of, there was a half a day we spent on student ideas around absenteeism. So the schools there, they get $1,000 to implement a strategy to improve attendance in their schools. We're going to meet back again in May to look at their findings, and you'd be excited to know that they have some really great ideas. And I think those are the types of strategies that get me excited, because our students and our parents and our families are part of the solution. And I think when they're part of the solution, you have more potential for progress.
Well, I'm happy to see you have the same excitement that I have around community engagement department. You have a great community engagement team. I know them personally. And I just look forward to working with them more to make sure that we're putting as much resources in those marginalized, historically under-resourced schools as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I only have a question. First, question. Thank you for doing this. We did not get to attend the campus.
But we did have to do some state board in our student innovations, so thank you for supporting.
We love the good stuff. And what is called the first one to practice on, and this is a real presentation. I think my question is, as we walk through, like, the capital commitment, priorities, where are the places overall that the state board may be able to kind of be a better partner to you all at BCPS, and how should we think about that? Or are there opportunities to speak to them about that?
Yeah, let's think more about it together. I think, you know, gut reaction to that is like, we certainly can be a provider and have the after school and extracurricular space, but you know, we don't own that alone, right? And I think that we can all come together on some ideas, so like, let's keep young people engaged. After school, Saturdays, summer, what might we do to keep young people engaged so they're more successful? I think that's a great starting point for us to go continue to brainstorm. You know, I was buying a bunch of Girl Scout cookies on Saturday over the weekend. And, you know, for me, my Boy Scout experience was actually through my school. And the truth was there in school, and I'm thinking, wow, I wonder how many schools are leveraged in that way, and is there an opportunity to incorporate, you know, all the other extracurricular organizations and departments that are out in the community? Can they be better connected to school? And I think that answer is yes. So I would love for this group to be thinking about that with DCPS, because I think our young people certainly have shown much promise when they do participate. It's something I know that they're asking.
Well, if you are looking for more Girl Scout cookies, I know Plummer.
I'm tapped out. Plummer has Girl Scouts.
You see, that this is the whole segment. You are ready. This is the only thing people need. Plummer Elementary has a new Girl Scout troop, and they will be selling Girl Scout cookies on Friday. JC Knoll also has a Girl Scout troop that operates out of there. And they also have Girl Scout cookies. I will be buying a couple boxes on Friday. So thank you for joining us. I know we're turning over a little bit. So it's about 6:15. So thanks for hanging in there with us. Thank you for your time. And I believe that concludes all of our questions.
Thank you. I look forward to coming back again. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. It seems like we lost Dr. Grant, but I do know all of the Austin staff is here. So we're going to take a moment to transition to Austin.
While we wait, please sign up for the ombudsman interview times. We have 3 finalists and we must interview them, or we will be out by next month. Or we will not be able to approve them in time.
They were pretty new. These are all during the week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it because I don't have the 3 hours for teacher.
Yes.
So, but if you do this, like,
That's in the list.
yeah, I'm probably, I think I'll probably have 4 minutes, but if you do it, thank God.
Yes. No, yeah, I'm just the organizer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying just pass the sign up sheet.
Is this the break?
Really? Blank. There we go. Oh, it's blank. Who's signing up? Different options. Maybe that, you can try it. Fraser, did you get to?
Yeah, I already did it.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, 3 hour checking time.
So they're checking them.
I can barely
They're
do
checking, making sure.
Quite. If there's childcare.
I mean, you can.
No, it's okay.
Try to write- Yeah, just trying to see how.
Yeah.
Huh? I did.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
They don't have mics over there.
They do, here.
Almost.
All right.
Here, yeah, they do.
Well, I believe we have the mics back on, and they should be working. And so I am now going to turn over the next hour. So hang in there. Hour of our meeting, to the Office of the State Superintendent for Education team, who will share updates on the DC school report card and financial literacy standards. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday to me. You want to keep it?
Happy birthday.
40 minutes.
Give the heads up, we got a cake.
No, no. We're talking financial literacy, DC, school report card, wonderful things, wonderful people in the house, so it's a great way to spend it. Spend a big day. If we can go to the next slide, please, thank you. We have 2 agenda topics for today, financial literacy and the report card. For each, we will walk you through some background information to ground us in how we got to today. We'll present the content that we're seeking feedback on from the board. We'll lay out next steps. We'll take questions and feedback after each topic. So please hold all questions until we get to the feedback portions of the presentations. We have 4 primary objectives for our presentation today. First, we want to hear any and all feedback that you have on the financial literacy standards. If there's something you really like, please share that. If there is a standard that you believe should be changed or added, please share that. We want to hear your reaction, your feedback today, so we can revise as necessary and move forward with implementation as quickly as possible. Which brings me to objective number 2. We want to align on the next steps, the timeline for adopting district-wide financial literacy standards. And our third goal today, one that we've been working towards for the past several months together, is to provide clarity to the board on what revisions OSSI is proposing to make to the DC state report cards. Last month, the board expressed some confusion on how the words on our proposed resolution would come to life in an updated report card. So I'm hopeful that through our presentation this evening, which includes mock-ups per the board's request, we can clarify what OSSI is committing to in terms of revising the report cards, categories, and format. And then finally, we want to hear your feedback on our resolution to update the categories and format of the report card. I already noticed that the last bullet in the format section is missing the word "it." So we'll certainly have to fix that. But if there are any other pieces of feedback, large or small, on our proposed language, we would like to hear that from you. And so now that I've set out our agenda and goals for this evening, I will turn the floor over to Megan Dumont, who will walk you through our proposed financial literacy.
I will pause for a second to acknowledge that it is Andrew's birthday. And so he has to get through this board meeting so that he can celebrate his birthday. Turn to your neighbor and say, Andrew's celebrating his birthday. Thank you.
And with that, we will keep a quick pace. So next slide, please. So some brief background information. Next slide, please. So hopefully this looks familiar to you all. This is our standards development timeline. We've been working on developing these standards since last June. We are now in February, a wonderful month for Andrew's birthday, of course. And we are presenting to you all revised standards following our public comment period. Next slide, please. So these financial literacy standards are helping to set the expectations for content knowledge and financial literacy for our high school students. They are intended to be implemented in a standalone high school elective course, so for grades 9 through 12. So these standards are focusing on what is most essential. They are not necessarily everything that would need to be taught, and they are telling us what we're expecting students to know, not exactly how teachers would teach these topics. Next slide, please. So just going a little bit more into depth about our process. So over the summer and into the fall, we conducted extensive stakeholder engagement, which we presented to you all in September, but just a quick refresher that we disseminated a survey, which received 75 responses. We also conducted focus groups, and we had including focus groups with students, which were really, really fruitful in helping us with our initial draft development. We also convened a panel of national experts who gave us some consultative feedback before we got started and who also reviewed our initial draft before they were released. Since we were last here, we've had we developed the actual draft standards. We used the national standards for personal finance education as the base for our standards, and those were developed collaboratively by Jumpstart Coalition and the National Council for Economic Education. And that draft was reviewed by the national experts, as I already said. And then next slide, please. Then we moved into public comment. Our public comment period was open from mid-November, November 15th through the beginning of January. During the public comment period, we disseminated again a survey where individuals were given the opportunity to give feedback on each individual standard as well as the standards as holistically. We conducted 2 listening sessions, which were open to the public. And we also had an educator focus group that included educators from DCPS and DC Public Charter Schools, so they could give us specific feedback on the draft. We also presented these standards to the superintendent's advisory councils. Those are 2 councils. We have a teacher advisory council and a principal advisory council. Those councils represent all 8 wards. They include educators from grades early childhood. We have pre-K educators all the way through high school, grade 12, and adult ed. So really great collaborative group that gave a look at these standards and gave us great feedback. And overall, we received 533 unique comments. We had 22 listening session participants, and we engaged with over 40 educators. And every single comment and note that we received was reviewed, discussed, and considered by our team as part of our revision process. So next slide, please. So moving into the meat and potatoes, the proposed standards. So we made substantial revisions, major revisions to the standards from the November draft to this new example that's should be with you all now. So these are the major revisions. We added an introduction. We reorganized the document. So first we, based on feedback, we have some overlapping topics. So we combined 2 sections. We combined saving and investing into 1 section. So originally we had 6, now we have 5 sections. We also divided each section, subdivided them into a knowledge and skills table to help emphasize what's content and what is more applicable for students. We added outcomes to each standard. So in the initial draft, we had driving questions, and they're based on feedback. We saw that it was really important that we actually go back and add outcomes. So we did that for each standard, and we moved the driving questions to be at the end of each section. And then we streamlined. So we really, as I said, went through every single comment, we reviewed, we considered, and based on that, we ended up cutting 22 standards, and we added 6 new standards based on additional topics that we heard from folks were really important. Slide, please. So this is the structure of the standards now. There are 5 sections, as I mentioned: earning income, saving and investing, spending, credit, and managing risk. There's the knowledge and skills table, so broadly what students will know and broadly what students will be able to do. And then driving questions have been moved to the end of each section. So now I'm going to go through some examples of the new proposed standards. So in earning income, as you can see, there's now knowledge and skills. And so here we have risks and benefits of starting and owning a business, something we heard a lot, especially from our students, as being really important. And the skills standard here is a great example of how we've done our best to incorporate specific items for DC to make these standards really relevant for our students. Next slide. Saving and investing, so this helps us to see where there was overlaps in concepts, so we combined these standards to help streamline them. So the first standard really goes into depth about all the different kinds of checking and savings accounts available. And then the skills standard talks about different tax rules. We heard from a couple of tax experts actually during our public comment period, which is really exciting. So we've made some updates based on that. Next slide, please. Spending, and this one's very exciting because this update in our knowledge table here, our knowledge standards, is actually based on feedback we received from the students and the SBOE Student Advisory Council. We added an outcome here in the SPK4 about learning about writing a check. So that's exciting. And then, I'm sorry, it's in the skills standard, SPS2. So spending, obviously, about how you're spending the money that you're earning. Next slide is our credit example standards. So as you can see also in these standards, I hope you're seeing that we did a lot of work to align the rigor of the standards. So the standards and the outcomes are horizontally aligned, and we did a lot of work to make sure that the rigor of each standard would match the needs of our students and give them really applicable knowledge and skills. And then finally, we have managing risk. So discussing different types of insurance, which was another hot topic for our students across stakeholder engagement and public comment, and about health insurance plans, which was important to students. So next slide, please. So our next steps. So we are excited to hear your feedback. We will review it and make any revisions that are needed and then present a final version to you all. And then we are still tracking for finalization and implementation beginning next school year. That, I think, is everything. I tried to go quickly to stay on track for Andrew's birthday. So.
Staying on track, right?
Questions or feedback? Yes, Representative O'Leary.
Staffing. When is this going to begin, in August?
It would be implementation in next school year, yes.
Okay, and is it going to be staffed by the in-school math teachers or whoever they are, whoever the staff is, or is it, how are they going to be trained?
That's a great question. So actually staffing the course, the elective course, would be up to the LEAs and schools on who they would determine would teach the course. There are already several high schools across the city that were teaching financial literacy. So that individual at those schools would be the ones to obviously implement this work. And we are eager to get started with our implementation planning and support. We are hoping to leverage existing resources, our learning management systems, so that we can get strong implementation support to our educators as soon as possible before next school year.
What grade?
This would be anywhere in grades 9 through 12. So again, that'd be up to the LEAs or schools to make those choices.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, that I feel like I'm making an assumption and I don't do that, and I don't have to, which are in front of me.
Yes.
Are we saying that the standards will largely apply to classroom only instruction, or are there parts of the standards that elementary or middle school will need support around as well? So I hear you talking about elective courses in classroom. But I'm also assuming that there are certain things within the standard that might actually be introduced in earlier grades.
Sure. So these standards would be specifically for high school for grades 9 through 12. And LEAs or schools would have the option to build on these concepts for K through 8. But for now, we're focused in prioritizing high school coursework. So this is high school.
And if I may add on, one of the things that we were very, very intentional about with this draft of the standards, and that we've talked to this group about before, is we heard loudly and clearly from the community that these standards needed not only to cover personal finance skills, but also to attend to the broader economic realities that face certain individuals in certain communities living in DC and living in our country. And so one of the materials that we attached and was disseminated in advance of this meeting is a 2-pager of our social studies standards starting in K-12 that support some of those broader macroeconomics concepts that we heard loudly and clearly from the community were of interest. Additionally, these standards are based on national standards, the Jumpstart standards that do exist starting in grade K. We prioritized developing the high school standards, given the interest and really the need to move quite quickly. We wanted to provide our LEAs with these materials so that they could begin implementation next year, but in future years are certainly interested in exploring what it would look like to do the same kind of modification work that we did to develop these high school standards for our earlier grades.
That's helpful. Sounds like, wait a minute, I'm making an assumption from you that Jumpstart went down to K.
Yeah.
And then I was like, if we modify Jumpstart, so it sounds like, and I just want to repeat that. It sounds like, lower grades will be future years, but we are also looking across our other standards to make sure students have the skills that they need to be successful in accessing, the high school standards that will be introduced in 24-25. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I guess sort of bridge a couple, what Dr. O'Leary and President Tubman said, like, my thoughts are also mostly around implementation. What do you think the goal should be? Because like, I don't want us as a city to like mandate this and then not have teachers that can teach the course, right? But we want to make it as widely accessible as possible. So what does OSSI see as like our goals with making sure that it's not just a document, right, but that it's instruction and experiences and real for kids?
Yes, so our primary goal would be to make sure that our teachers have access to implementation support, and the sooner that we have finalized standards, the sooner that we can work on those implementation supports. So our first goal and our first plan of action, I think, would be, like I said, to leverage our learning management system to create some really strong training opportunities for educators. And we were really excited during public comment to hear about some of the great work that's already happening. So we would hope that schools and LEAs would have the opportunity to build on those and that these standards would really support that work. Anything?
Yeah.
Are there particular ways that like the state board can support you in that? Like, this is also something that the state level and systems policy committee is thinking on, and outside just the document, like to think comprehensively. So there are particular ways that you feel like we can be supportive of, building capacity as a city, then I'd love to help.
I love that offer, Representative Williams. Thank you so much for that. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to take that back and consider it and think about how we can engage. And we've been listening closely to the meetings that you guys have been having and really enjoy and appreciate being able to hear those conversations. And we hear that excitement and enthusiasm, and we know it's genuine. So would love to take that back. I'll also layer on top to everything that Megan just shared. One of the pieces that we specifically asked of stakeholders that we engaged with, and we got a great deal of feedback, particularly during our listening sessions, and particularly from individuals in DC who are doing this work at the collegiate level. And so we're very keenly attuned to what high school students needed in order to succeed in college. And Representative O'Leary, you mentioned at the Student Advisory Council when we presented on these standards that one of the reasons why we are doing this is to help ensure that students don't show up to college and sign up for a credit card with a 30% interest rate. And so to hear that then reinforced by that's happening from professors at colleges here in DC was really gratifying. And they provided us with a rich array of resources that, because the base of these standards is the national standards, we anticipate being able to leverage and elevate for our DC educator community. We're well aware that words printed on a page are not going to change what's happening for students in a classroom unless we surround them with supports and make it easy for educators to leverage, both by providing in-person opportunities and also async opportunities that educators can tune into at any point in time.
Thanks.
Last month, we passed a resolution for a Green New Deal for schools, which included a desire from students to have more climate conscious curricula. I do think there are some opportunities for the financial literacy standards to incorporate things like there's one about buying a car, like new or used, like, could we include hybrid versus electric versus gas, or like, I mean, I think there are lots of possibilities of thinking about the environmental dimensions of financial literacy or the financial impacts of environmental decisions and vice versa. So I would love for a few of those to be incorporated. I think, other places are flood insurance or, just decisions about where you live related to climate risk. So.
Yes, and thank you for that. We do have a standard in here that's in the investing section that includes ESG. So like making investing decisions based on specific moral or ethical things that individuals may believe in, including environmental policy, but we can definitely take that back.
So my question is, after speaking with like my financial literacy teacher at my school, I was wondering, are there any like negative sides or like drawbacks of having a financial literacy course? Because she mentioned like a good point, but maybe like having a financial literacy course might not always be the best idea, because like students learning how to file taxes right now might not be so relevant to them right now, and that might not be something they remember in the future. Years later. Just wondering if I could hear your thoughts.
Sure, yeah, and part of our revision process was to take a look at these standards again with a lens to make them as relevant and applicable as possible. So yes, not everything that is in the standards may be something that you're doing right now, like filing taxes, but some students do have jobs or that they do need to file taxes or they have those kinds of questions. So we really tried in the revised version to balance that exact idea of making it very relevant, but also making sure that you have knowledge for like the longer term and as you move into adult life. So I really appreciate that, and we hope that this revision has a nice balance to help support that applicability.
And Representative Kelly, I'll just layer on top that if there are specific standards that you're reading through and see as something that may not be particularly relevant, we're at a period now where we'd welcome you to highlight that for us so that we can consider it as we prepare the final draft of the standards to bring to state board next month. From you and from everyone around the table, of course. Yes.
Second question. Well, I don't know if it's instance or but finance options, finance options.
Yes, we have that in these standards. Yes.
And Representative Washington, your finger is on the pulse. That's among one of the biggest pieces of feedback that we received from the public, was that it was really important for our students to know about the truly unique opportunities that are available to finance college here in BC.
That's more questions about financial literacy. I don't know if we still have Representative Goulet on the phone.
I mean, it is Andrew's birthday.
Yeah.
Right. That's like I'm moving to the next one.
All right, thank you very much. Next slide, please. For this final working session before the public meeting vote, I want to begin at the beginning with the why. After 5 going on 6 years of state report cards under the original resolution, why are we seeking to update the categories and format of the report card now? Well, to begin with, let's travel back to July 2022. After many long months of discussion and deliberation between the board and OSSE, we agreed to update the district's state accountability plan. The state plan establishes the calculation for each school's accountability score, and the amended plan increased the weight of student growth as well as equity-focused measures. After a year of back and forth between OSSE and the Department of Education, Our updated state plan was approved by the federal government on June 29th, 2023. With the approved new accountability system, I think it was an appropriate time to revisit the DC school report card, which includes loads of information from the accountability system. And we began engaging the state board on the report card update the week after US Ed approved our amended state plan. In pursuing this engagement, we began with two primary questions in mind. First, with the elimination of the star rating system, what visual adjustments should be made to ensure that district families can easily access information on school level performance? And second, are there data categories that should be added to the report card, like school climate survey? So we see this as a continuation of that process that began years ago. First, update the accountability system, and then update the report card. Next slide, please. Now that we've centered ourselves in the why and the why now, let's review the journey we have gone on together to reach this point and remember all the hours of hard work that OTSI and state board staff have put into the public engagement and revision process to get to today. We began this process 7 months ago on July 5th, where we outlined our plans for public engagement on the report card with the state board, and where OTSI was pleasantly surprised to receive unanimously positive feedback on our engagement plans. We launched our joint online survey in September. Thank you again to the board for making our final survey much stronger than the first draft. The board requested we delay our first engagement session until the end of October. OTSI met that request. The board requested we host both in-person and virtual engagement sessions. OTSI met that request. Board member Henderson asked that we add a 5th example display for the accountability score. OTSI met that request by adding an example from the South Dakota report card. The board requested additional engagement opportunities, and OTSI met this request by standing up office hours for feedback on the accountability score display, adding engagement opportunities at EdFest, and extending the survey window into mid-December. Board member Reed requested OTSI to create a tactile visual board for public feedback. OTSI met that request. At our previous working session, the board requested OTSI to present a mock-up of proposed report card enhancements to better understand and better visualize what our proposed resolution language means. OTSI met that request, and Director Zhu will be presenting our mock-ups to you momentarily. In this recap, I have particularly highlighted how the state board and OTSI have collaborated on this journey to update the report card over many months, and how responsive OTSI has been to the state board's request. We originally planned to begin engagement in September and finish by October, not to extend into EdFest. Our original score display options did not include a visualization that broke out the accountability scores components. We did not think to have a tactile feedback board. We did not intend to create a mock-up. I highlight these things for 2 reasons. One, I believe that this recap demonstrates OTSI's genuine openness to state board feedback and our responsiveness to your requests. And 2, your feedback was really valuable and has had a major influence on the proposal that we're putting forward to you today. When I spent all day at EdFest collecting feedback with stickers on the board, like Representative Reed suggested, I noticed that nearly every single person who chose option 1 of the 5 displays said that they were choosing it in part because they liked the word accountability. This public feedback reinforced what we heard in the virtual engagement session about the utility of the term accountability score as compared to summative score. And it informed our decision to use the term accountability score in our proposed resolution. Moreover, the South Dakota example we included as a result of Representative Henderson's feedback completely changed what we were envisioning for the accountability score display. Breaking out the constituent parts of the accountability score was very well regarded by the public in the feedback. So we pivoted to include that in our proposed resolution to the board. All right, you've heard enough from me. Last month's conversation, I know you said you wanted to see the display, so the visual, so I'll turn it over to Alex.
Before we do that, I think Andrew did a good job on his birthday. I'm not sure if everyone's paying attention to him, so I'm just gonna speak. we've been at this journey through 4 iterations of the state board. And as I read through the feedback and some of the questions and the final pushes, we can't change the way that the summative score is created or the statistical significance of it, because the summative, that analysis is approved by the United States Department of Education. And so I want to be really clear about where we are before we turn the page to the next step. This process, as Andrew noted, started 6 years ago. There are maybe 2, 3, I'm trying to think how many, Frazier? Right, and so I'm literally sitting here tonight to ground the entire board on how long it takes to do this work. This process began with that board saying they wanted an accountability system that was equity driven, that amplified the performance of subgroup schools so that we could have a different conversation in Washington, DC about school quality. And it took until July of 2023 to achieve the redesign of the accountability system, the engagement on redefining metrics, the engagement on how we should redistribute points on the system. OSSI and the executive investing millions of dollars to ensure that we had the data infrastructure to collect the data from our schools that multiple versions of boards requested to ensure that we could deliver these metrics once students were assessed. And then we had a global pandemic. And then we stepped back and went through the arduous process of redesigning an accountability system through 2 presidential administrations. Like a Herculean amount of work just to be told by the federal government that our accountability framework is sound and approved and that it could be applied to the children in the district. And then we assessed our children for 2 years in a row. So we could even have a baseline understanding of what this accountability framework would tell us about our schools. This redesign of the report card is to align our report card to the accountability system that was approved by the United States Department of Education in July of 2023. We tonight will engage in a robust conversation around all of the other things that board members have said they want to see on the report card, they want to engage in, they would like to see over time. We eliminated the star rating. That was the first thing I did as superintendent in this role. And so to date, there has been nothing that this board, multiple iterations of this board, under 3 separate leaderships, under 3 different presidents, that they have asked regarding accountability, report card, the way we talk about our schools, the availability of data, the transparency of data. We have met every single challenge put before us as an agency. And this is the final leg of that challenge. The reason I sit before you all this evening is because February is a critical moment for us. It is the last month before we kick off a massive set of assessments in the system, not just the DCK. We will be assessing our students across all 4 dimensions: NAEP, DCK, access, and social science, like all of our assessments. Our kids are going through the full gauntlet this year. We have to turn to our in-house developers, another milestone for OSSI. So it's infuriating when I read documents about the quality of our report cards, because 6 years ago, we paid outside contract vendors to do our report cards. They were PDF files, they were not dynamic, they could not be manipulated. And we have invested millions of dollars to build a platform that is dynamic, interactive, can be manipulated by parents. They can compare, it's like they could buy a car, but they're looking at schools. Like millions of dollars to get where we are today. And it's mission critical that we have a vote in February, because while students are being assessed, internal developers are doing design, some of which you will see tonight, most of which you'll see as they continue to go through the journey. And then they intersect. Our students finish testing, we receive assessment data, we analyze that data, and we seek to do multiple things exceptionally well at OSSI. In August, we will seek to tell the entire community, this is how our students performed. up, down, growth, proficiency. In September, we then ensure that every single child in this district receives an individualized assessment report where their families can look and literally see to the child, how did Doc do? And then in October, we share all of that information with schools. We do data validity. Schools send us the data that they want to be shown about what programs are in their schools, images of their schools. And then we work with our development team to then produce a report card in November. In November, in this district, we produce more data about the quality of our schools than any other district in this region. That is why February is important. That is why we're sitting before you today. And so I want to frame that, you know, Andrew and the team is really good at like, well, this is what we did and this is the timeline. But I just think it's critically important that this work started before I even got here. Like I was sitting here, I was like, who was even on the board when the decision was made? I hope it doesn't take us another 6 years to redesign our accountability system. But you all, I want you to continue to do the hard work of pushing us and saying, add more. What about this? How do we do this? But we actually have to start at a base of agreeing we should probably align our report card to the accountability system that we have. And then you can push us to say, and now let's sit at the table next February because we would like to see this. Climate is a perfect example, and then I will stop talking. While all of this was going on, the executive gave us an investment to procure a statewide climate tool. We went through the arduous process of securing that tool. We have a statewide climate tool. We now have LEAs and advisory cohorts on how we will design that tool, which questions we will ask, how long will the tool take place. We intend to fully implement that tool in our system in the spring of next year. So you won't see those metrics on a report card until the fall after we've administered it. But we are, I don't want us talking past each other because we are literally saying the same things. And our challenge is to frame out to you, this is what can be true in the fall of 2024. This is what can be true in the fall of 2025. Because we've seen what's been possible over the last 6 years. It's not quick work. But we now literally have the time, the talents, the resources to do this work well. And that's why I was like, oh no, I have to sit here tonight, because what I do not want to happen is we lose a vote and we default to what we have. Because our CIO team, if they do not start in March, it doesn't matter what we agree on. It will not be ready by November of next year. That is how long this takes. Because we are building dashboards for every single school in the district. So I will stop talking. I think. Alex, show them what we've come up with.
Thanks, Scott. So yeah, as Andrew and Dr. Grant mentioned, we're gonna walk through a handful of mock-ups that were produced at the request of the April last meeting. Kathleen has passed around larger versions, so we don't have to squint and look at the screen. So the first one here is the landing page. Just a few things I want to point out to folks as they are looking at this. You'll notice in the upper right corner, we added a new button that would allow users to select up to 3 schools to compare across specific metrics. So that would allow, again, compare by school teacher. We're looking to add as well a new button below the search bar that would link directly to my school DCC website so that users can search by location of school. And we do want to note some updated language as well that we will employ to clarify that the landing page actually provides users with state level data. Again, just making sure that the language that is used on our DC school report card is clear, accessible, and appropriate. The next mock-up that you'll see is, again, representative of the compare school feature that we're hoping to employ on the DC school report card. Again, the hope would be that families or users will be able to select up to 3 schools to compare across a number of metrics. School profile metrics, including the grades served, school programs offered, extracurricular enrichment activities, indicators connected to our accountability system and score, as well as information related to teacher retention rates. Again, it's our hope that families would be able to go to the compare school button, select the schools that they wish to compare, and see side by side what each of our schools or schools of interest look like. Next slide. Moving to the school profile page, just wanted to point out some features that we have talked about in the past. We hope to move away from the single photo and move to a photo carousel that will allow schools to select pictures, multiple pictures to kind of really paint a fuller picture of what is happening in their school. We'll also remind folks that the message for the school is a place that LEA leaders can really provide information that is truly unique to their school. And again, they have the opportunity to write and provide information that they wish to highlight. We'll make sure that the school programming information, again, areas related to school programs offered and extracurricular and enrichment activities is enhanced so that it really paints the fullest picture of what is going on inside our school. We did take note of some of the navigability features that we're missing with the current version of the school report card. And so we'll make sure that the metric tile is expanded. I don't think it's viewable on the PowerPoint, but it should be in the printouts. In the bottom right corner, there's also a return to the top button that currently is employed, but we'll make sure that that is something that folks know they can click on. So again, that they can kind of scan up and get to parts of the report card that are most important to them. Things that are not pictured in this mock-up would be things related to the text changes. Again, we do intend to employ text changes that provide additional context on school profile and state pages to really support users to better understand the school report card and moving away from language that is really technical. And so we want to make sure that we're intentional about that. Next slide. And I think this is the final mock-up that we wanted to share with you all this evening. This is representative of what the accountability score section looks like. As Andrew noted, we are proposing moving away from the usage of summative scores or accountability score based on feedback that we've heard from the public. And so you'll see in this visualization where what the accountability score would look like within its metric file. You have at the top the gradient stack bar that provides some contextualization against district norms related to, in this case, what does the 46.4 accountability score mean? It means that in this case, that score is higher than 54% of other elementary schools in the District of Columbia. So we want to again make sure that there's contextualization against district norms. In the bottom part, again, to Andrew's point, and again, thank you, Representative Henderson, for your suggestion to add a fifth visualization. We have worked to develop a visualization that contextualizes the accountability score for its constituent parts. In this particular version, this is updated to reflect, the points earned and also kind of in accordance with some SBOE feedback that we heard. So we wanted to share an updated visualization of the accountability score. So those are the four mock-ups that we wanted to share with you this evening. And I know that Andrew is going to turn to some proposed report card resolution language, I think, before we turn to questions.
Thank you very much. Yes. So I will now walk you through exactly what OSSI is proposing for board approval, which is focused on the categories and format of the report card per DC law. Skipping the introductory text, OSSI is proposing the following language for approval. First, regarding the categories for inclusion, we propose retaining all the information, all the categories currently required to be on the report card. Second, adding district-wide school climate survey data from students, school-based staff, and caregivers. Third, teacher retention data. Fourth, student to teacher and student to staff ratios. And fifth, robust school program offerings, extracurricular and enrichment activities, and course availability data. Further, OSSI is proposing that the format be computer, tablet, and mobile friendly, be printable, be available in multiple languages. As a reminder, those first three are current requirements. Then OSSI is newly proposing that the format should also be navigable with minimal scrolling, display data, and use language that is in an understandable fashion, allow users to search and compare schools, and display the accountability score such that it is easily understandable.
Battery has reached 100%.
Good. Easily accessible, contextualized against district norms, and contextualized against its constituent parts. These proposed enhancements align to the feedback that we received throughout the public engagement process and that we have previously communicated with the board. Next slide, please. We further propose that OSSI will include the updated categories on the state report card as district-wide data are available, reliable, and comparable. This provision acknowledges that certain commitments like course availability data are in the development phase and cannot yet be added to the report card. Additionally, we further resolve that OSSI will obtain stakeholder feedback for implementing school-level badges on school profile pages that promote equity and district priorities. And at this point, I do want to say that I don't believe this part of our proposal has gotten enough attention because this is a truly unique idea that would make DC stand out from the crowd in terms of report cards. OSSI and the board did tremendous work to revamp the accountability system and place more emphasis on equitable student growth. Yet creating badges that identify and lift up schools best serving students furthest from opportunity has the potential to advance the focus on equity even further and in really exciting ways. So I did want to lift this proposal up a little bit more for your attention. The next clause states that OSSI will support further inquiry into special education data to inform future state report cards. As board members are aware, we originally were thinking that we would add CFR results onto the 24 report card, but upon further reflection after Representative Reed's feedback, we decided that we're not quite ready to take that step yet. However, we do want to improve the special education data that's on the report card, so we're committing to continue to look at how we can best achieve that goal. Finally, we're proposing to add a clause capturing some of the great ideas that the board is committed to pushing OSSI toward as we continue to develop and improve the report card. For the sake of time and space, I haven't listed all of them here, but I thought it was important to lift up the great ideas from the board in a way that can inform our future development work, though without the binding commitment language. I hope you see this as a collaborative clause because that is the intent behind including this. Next slide, please. So as the board moves forward with its decision on whether to approve OSSI's proposed updates to the categories and format of the report card, I just want to be as clear as possible about what approval would mean or would not mean, particularly for the listening public. First and foremost, if the board approves OSSI's proposed enhancements, the DC school report card will include school climate survey data from students, caregivers, and school-based staff. This is a huge deal. And it is the meat and potatoes, to use Megan's language, of OSSI's proposal. Through our public engagement, we heard a clarion call to include these data on the report card. And OSSI is responding to that public feedback. In fact, we have even heard calls to include these data in our accountability framework. If the board votes to approve the resolution, then DC state report card will include survey data to parents and educators and teachers that inform the public about each school's culture, whether it is welcoming and inclusive, whether it is safe, whether it is meeting the needs of its students, parents, and educators. You will also create momentum for broader inclusion of school climate data and continued partnership between State Board and OSSI. In addition, a yes vote means that OSSI will add student to teacher and student to staff ratios to the report card. A yes vote also solidifies the inclusion of teacher retention data on the report card. Informed by the leadership of Dr. Grant, OSSI moved forward with including teacher retention data on the 2023 school report card. But the current resolution language is rather ambiguous on this point, and it could be interpreted differently. However, the resolution language I have put forward, or that OSSI has put forward to you tonight is unambiguous. If you vote to approve, then OSSI must include teacher retention data on the report card moving forward. We're also committed to increasing programmatic course level data. In terms of display, OSSI is currently only required to meet 3 requirements. The report card must be mobile friendly, printable, and available in multiple languages. A vote in favor of approval means adding additional display requirements, including a school comparison feature, and limitations on how OSCE can display the accountability score. We will have to make it easily accessible, easily understandable, contextualized against district norms. And thanks again to feedback from Representative Henderson and members of the public, it will have to be contextualized for its constituent parts, meaning that we'll have to show users what the score is comprised of. So if there's a parent out there that says, I don't care about anything but early childhood environment, they can focus their attention just on that portion of the score. That is what a vote to approve means. What does a vote against approval? Well, first, it means that parent, student, and teacher voices about school satisfaction will not be featured on the school report. And it will curtail momentum to further include and institutionalize school climate data as a measure of school quality. Second, we will not have to include information about student to teacher ratios. Third, it means OSCE doesn't have to include teacher retention data on the report card in 2024 or future years. Now nor will we have any additional formatting requirements. So in terms of minimizing scrolling, using simple language, building a school comparison feature. And OSCE will not have any parameters for displaying the accountability score. The current resolution authorizing the categories and format of the report card does not place any limitations on how OSCE must or must not display this information. Now, based on the letter you sent us on January 26th, I know that there are likely additional things you would like to see in our proposed resolution, like a reference to error bars. And I understand that you may feel some level of frustration that our proposed resolution isn't as prescriptive as you might like. But there are a couple of just important things I would like you to please keep in mind when you're thinking about whether to vote to approve or oppose the resolution. First, every single thing that you proposed in your letter to OSCE has a cost. We are resource constrained, and I do not believe the state board will be MOUing us the funds needed to make the changes you're suggesting. Second, just as the Constitution marks important objects and ingredients for the three branches and enumerated powers, rather than a prolixity of a legal code, a report card resolution should not define every single little thing down to the teeniest format. We should view building the report card as an iterative, evolutionary process. There are many good ideas contained within your letter that we will likely try and incorporate as resources are available. But we are not prepared to commit to implementing them at this time necessarily. We also believe that there should be some amount of wiggle room to make iterative improvements as we receive feedback from users and as our web design capabilities continue to advance. Finally, I would like you to remember that this is an opportunity to vote for something really special. The public has spoken with a loud, clear voice that they would like school climate data included on the report card. This vote will provide you the opportunity to say that you increased the visibility and importance of student, parent, and teacher voice in the District of Columbia. Or not. Next slide, please. And so with that, we would love to take questions, feedback. If there's anything about what we're displaying that isn't clear, please ask. We want to be as clear as possible. If you have recommendations on the draft resolution language, I would love to hear that. I'm sure, I cut the missing it. I'm sure there are other things that could also be improved. And if there's maybe questions related to the letter you sent or anything that you're excited about that you just want to share, would love to hear that feedback as well. So
I just want to pause and thank Andrew again on his birthday, and Alex and Kelly through months of lots of different things that I could cover. They have worked tirelessly to be able to provide what looks like a seamless presentation this evening. And so I do want to thank the team for being committed to this work. It's really impressive, and I'm thankful for their support. And thanks for doing all this on your birthday.
I was actually going to say, so we had an hour for this. It is now 7:13. And we started this section at 6:15. I think I had the hope, that we would spend a good chunk of time working through actually I know, because I've talked to other people, I spent a lot of time talking to members. That members read the materials and familiarize themselves with the mock-ups. To have some time tonight, this is a working session. So for us to kind of work through how we get to a place of the majority of the board feeling like we are on the same page. I don't think that's possible to do in 2 minutes. I don't even know what that looks like. And so I am going to have to figure out where in our agenda we will adjust, because I think it's actually vitally important that the members have some time, not just to ask questions, but give feedback and to do some working around this. Because my, not just hope, but my job as the president is to be able to close the deficit. So I just want to acknowledge that, because it is currently 7:15. I'm not so sure. Yeah, right. So I know so I'm gonna open it up for questions and comments. And we will figure out, once we are done with Aussie, where to adjust so that we can get through the working session. Does that sound amenable to members? All right. Anyone want to start?
I'm very. This has not come up in our previous discussions, and it's something that you named, which is the costs that are already in motion. And so I'm curious what it affects the timing question, right? So I know software developers are not cheap. What are the contracts that are already in place, and what would be stalled, or what does each month cost
Not
us?
contracts per se, because we're doing this work in-house. We are leveraging ESSER dollars that are time bound. So every single month impacts our ESSER investments. The clock, as I shared, really is associated with timing. We have individuals who are hired and working for OSSI, but we have a very small CIO team that is working on multiple projects. And so the timeline for this project starts in March and concludes with report card in November. But it's backed by federal investment dollars that compensate their salary, that pay for a lot of the work that goes into this. It's not a contract per se, it's the way that we allocated the resources of our team and the money available to do this work. One of our top fears is when the ESSER funds run out, we won't have a funding source to point to say, let's do this. It's the same is true for social studies. Social studies exist because we had a one-time infusion of federal funds that allowed us to have pilots occur this summer. I feel like it's like the same conversation I was having on social studies, that I was like, you must vote now to ensure that the following things are possible in the summer. And I don't know if you're watching the news, but like literally last week, NBC was in one of our pilot schools looking at the implementation of the social studies standards. None of that would have been possible if we missed that June target. So that's more of what we're up against. I don't know if there's anything you guys want to add.
Which is that other resource constraints exist outside of the core card work as well, right? Like we have DELT work and we have special populations work, and so it's a balance of all.
We designed a lot of projects during COVID. So the special education progress report, that is new. The work we've done on this report card, that is completely new. The entire design of pay equity in early childhood, which doesn't come up here, but that's an entire, like, there are so many different projects that we now have to think about how we deliver on timelines effectively, because fortunately, unfortunately, we've introduced a lot into the system and now we have to maintain the level of excellence. But this has always been front of mind. And it's the one thing that the CIO has been very clear with me, like superintendent, if we can't go in March, you will have to reprioritize all of this time because the developers are not cheap.
Thank you for the context.
Is that representative O'Leary? It's far away from me.
You gotta get them back.
I just got some little questions, right? The accountability score. On the first page, these boxes, which, are these all things that somebody can click on and find information? Okay, the summative score is in one of those boxes. Why is that? We're doing an accountability. Is there a difference between the summative score and the accountability score?
I think that was just a screenshot essentially. So that's the language that is there currently, but would be updated to say that.
Okay, and that's just for someone to click on if they feel like it.
Correct.
Is there a way we're gonna be able to see what's in those boxes before we vote?
So Representative O'Leary, are you talking about the main?
These boxes underneath this kid's picture.
Okay, so yeah, so when you click. when someone
Okay,
were-
I'm not clicking on it.
Yeah, but when you were to click on it, actually, if you go to the school profile page, just,
So like one example, if you turn to the third one, the accountability score, that would be an example.
That's an example of what's in the box.
Right.
Okay, a couple of questions. The picture of Baloo is fabulous, and the description of Baloo is fabulous. The picture of Cardozo on the current report card is a picture of Cardozo that looks exactly the same as when the students came up the hill in 1950 and moved into the building.
It's feedback that we have shared with DCPS. Every image that we have of the school is the image that they sent us.
Okay,
And so as we're in, like, one of the reasons that Alex said, we're gonna introduce the corral, because we're gonna have to work with the LEAs for them to send us an entirely new, fresh set of pictures that in a regular cadence, they can be updated. That doesn't exist right now. Right now, it
Okay.
truly is frozen in time.
great. The other thing is this, when there's information that Marion Elementary School, which says DCI AA football, but I don't know why that can be on there, but, the profiles in the current report card have no life to them at all. And they don't have any pictures of these different things, all right? Different schools, all the schools in the area have special programs that should be highlighted somewhere in a report card when someone clicks on that profile. And it gives a blood and guts, not guts, muscle, to what the school is like. Because we're talking about climate, all right? And there's nothing that pictures like an athletic team, or like a choir, or like what Cardozo has when Representative Best used to go to Cardozo and talk to Mr. P, who was the Amazon Teacher of the World 2 years ago, and another award for AI this year, and you'll be knocked out. But that needs to be on every school's profile. Because if, like you're saying, if someone's pushing a button to try to figure out, using the report card, this is where I want to go, it needs to have more life to it than just data.
So your feedback, sort of on a similar point previously, is what inspired us to add the carousel idea. So we definitely appreciate that feedback. But also just say, we would encourage people not to just rely on the report card, but also do.
Oh, no, I agree, but I know that the previous report card with the star rating, well, I won't even get into that. I've got one more question. That's all right. I'll pass it to Tom.
All right, so in the order for passing, I think Vice President Patterson wants to go next. I see Representative Williams, Representative Henderson, Representative Puzay.
Want to start, So he may have been on the first on the board, but I was here for the task force. So actually
I
been
couldn't
here since,
remember, I sat up last
since,
night, I
you
couldn't
know,
figure it out.
2017, I believe, is when I first got appointed to the task force. So this has been like, you know, some of the best work and some of the biggest headaches, that I've had to deal with, throughout this process. But I do want to go back for a moment to our prior, group for our new members joined us when we were doing the metrics. If we can, because what I've seen over a course of time is the conflating of the metrics and the design, and people want to go back and rehash the metrics, which can be, it can be something. I don't have a term. When you're trying to talk to people and say, okay, the issues that you're bringing up have already been solved, and we voted on them and what they will be and how they will be. So that's very hard for me to go through again, because that was such a big vote and it was such a big thing, because it was with the committee that you and I now chair. I say all that to say that, you know, I see all the hard work. I see what's gone into this. I think we're much more improved since I've been here since 2017 of what we had before. The process and how we came to this particular position, but I do remember one particular thing that you said to Dr. Graham when we were voting on the metrics. You said, okay, that was a tough debate, but we can do this. We can commit to doing this every 2 years, so to speak. That's what you said. So we can come back as we go through this process. Huh?
I said, oh, my resolution.
Yeah, on the resolution. So we could do this again, stuff like that. I want to know, is that something that you're still committed to? And hopefully, you know, you're here those 2 years and everything like that. But,
No, I mean, I want to thank first, Representative Patterson, thank you for naming the challenge of like the conflation between two things. We can't relitigate metrics.
right,
You can, right? In a separate working session, you can come together and you can pass another resolution to tell OSSI to revisit the framework. Very similar to what was resolved. You can say, this is what was passed in July of 2023. And we would like the state education agency to form another task force because we would like to push further on the framework. We would like to see these additional metrics. We want to relook at weight distribution. We want to look at the following things. And we will accept the resolution, provide you a timeline, bring the group together and go through the process of revising the framework with the Department of Education. Where we are today is thinking about report card design. And what I aspire to, or what we aspire to do, is always have a report card that's in alignment with the current framework that has been passed by the Department of Education. So in a perfect world, two things could occur on parallel tracks. You all vote, we produce a report card in November of 24. This would be your discretion, but anytime between March and whenever you so choose, you could align on metrics you want to push on, pass a resolution, we will produce a process by which we would do another accountability framework push. And also,
like those.
right, but two things are true. I'm telling you, it will take 2 years to change the accountability framework again, right? Like on a best case world, that's like assuming the presidential administration stays in place. That assumes we don't have because part of the biggest challenge was the switching of administrations. So one administration approved one version of a accountability framework and then another one came in and was like, hey, but this thing's getting carried to one, we don't like it. And that's our work, we own it. What can also happen is we produce a report card in November and you tell us, we want you to push again. We want to redesign the report card even further. To the question that was raised about resources, we would truly appreciate the opportunity to leverage resources to produce a version of a report card that aligns with our framework and then get insights on the pushes that still need to be made so that I could put forth an enhancement request for additional resources. This is a core priority of the executive and it's a core priority of you all, but I can't sit here in front of you today and say that I have like limitless resources to put in it. If we achieve this goal, we then get to set a new clock on both fronts. And they can operate in parallel, or we could do a process again. Framework redesign, assess our students, look at new metrics, get them approved, add it to the report card. So that's sorry, that's a long answer, but we really, there's a way, it's the same with standards adoption. We went through all of that to get standards approved, and then we were able to produce to you and say, these are the standards, this is the cadence with which we're gonna look at them. Now that we've gone through this process, we can say, this is our best guesstimation on accountability design. If you don't even want to touch the accountability system, we can just talk about what report card improvements look like.
Yeah. Yeah, so I want to start by saying there's a lot here, right? Both in terms of the history of this process, the complexity of this work, the timing of the board. And so I don't want to neglect that I do really appreciate the work that OSSI has put into this. And I trust the intentions that have made certain decisions throughout this process. At the same time, I also know that it is a choice that our city has made, right? As to why we calculate, how we use the calculation for the accountability score, right? The purpose of it is to provide supports to the bottom 5% of schools to make sure that they get targeted intervention. The work of our committee, previously had said that the state board is on board with a school designation for the role now. This right here is rating schools. I want us as a city to move away from a conversation of good school, bad school. I don't like when I hear the elementary school students in my ward that feel that they go to a bad school because their accountability score is less than another school in half a mile away. Well, that students at Cardozo feel that they are being shamed for not having high test scores. So I think our job as a state board, as the public's voice, is to make sure that we are understanding that students are not test scores and that we need to give parents and families what they need and want. And I think that we're close in a lot of ways. I do. And I respect the challenges that OSSI's had to deal with over presidential administrations, iterations of the board, and whatnot. But I think that the biggest issue to me too is trust. Even in this resolution, the proposed language, the final sentence of the resolution says, be it further resolved that SBO recommends OSSI. So what would it take to even get to OSSI will? Like an assurance of a commitment of A through I here, because we didn't produce this resolution. So you're giving us things that you want us to trust that you will do. And I just don't feel confident enough with what has been said that OSSI is going to follow through even with these A through I things based on the language that's in front of us today.
I mean, I would say three things. One, the existence of a summative score, the assessment of our children, that is in the accountability framework that is required by the United States Department of Education. So if USA tells us that we don't have to produce this number, that's a separate conversation.
50% of states, more than 50% of states don't put this on the school profile page. And we're choosing to do that. And
because we went through aggressive engagement sessions where people said that they wanted to see this information. So I'll put
77%.
Yeah, I'll put that in a box. I'll put that in a box over here.
Okay.
The second part of your framing is, this is a trust journey. And since you have been a board member, tell me one thing we have not delivered on. Tell me one deliverable that has not been met. We are sitting here today being as honest and transparent as we possibly can be because we want to ensure the trust that exists between OSSI and the state board. And then there's some things that we are ideologically not aligned on. And that is the conversation that I had with Representative Patterson. As a board member, you can vote up or down on this. And then you guys, without us in the room, can engage in that separate conversation,
Mhm.
that then triggers a new accountability redesign. And I just don't want to conflate. the
No,
two.
I appreciate that, and I think that a lot of this, like, confusion, if you will,
Mhm.
could have been avoided if we had gotten something like this sooner. Because being able to see what we are voting on is helpful for public engagement, for conversation, right? Even when we're looking at the boxes here, that's different in certain ways than what some things are in the presentation and what some things are in the resolution. And so it's just hard to kind of make sense of, hey, look at what it'll look like, but don't look at the word summoning score, because summoning score isn't actually gonna be on the
And I just want to frame.
Yeah.
This is the team,
Mhm.
right? Like, I want to stamp that for you and for the entire board. So this is the same team that assesses all 47,000 children last year. It's the same team that produces the report cards. It's the same team that works on financial literacy. It's the same team that's driving work, and we stamp with leadership. These are the things that we will produce for state board in a year. And in order to get you financial literacy in the timeline that you requested, in order to plus up social emotional learning in the timeline you requested, we then, when we got clear feedback that you all wanted a visual, I think that was December, end of December, last month. We then stopped and created visuals. This is design. These are our design team that are building dashboards. These are imaginary dashboards. And so I can apologize that a coder coded summative and he should have wrote account, but like, this does not occur as fast as it is occurring to meet the needs of what we are learning. We learn you want visuals, we step back and we say, what type of visuals? Every time there's feedback from leadership or individual members, we have stopped and pivoted to say, how fast can we get it? How fast can we get it? We cannot create, like, if we create the tool that you can use, that will be the design of the report card. They will not do it. The design, the CIO team is like, we are not going to build out the entire platform so that people can like test use it. We are not a private corporation. Like, we are a government. I really want to stress, like, it's hard because like, we're not Uber. We're not a private entity. We're not CarMax. We are not leveraging private dollars. We are a very lean team working with a very lean CIO team, trying to be as responsive as possible, but this had to literally be created from scratch. I want to like name and stamp that. And that's why I talk about the iterative process of improvement, because once it's designed, they can tweak. But when we went to the CIO and said like, hey, can the board get a dashboard that they can play with? They were just like, do you know no, but we can get you this. And you can keep pushing us, but it's gonna delay the process to get to the thing you want.
And given that context, like, I don't want us to waste an opportunity to lose money or time or create something that is progressive. And I think, but in the spirit of that iteration, there are a couple of small changes, even just saying on whatever this slide ends up looking, and this is part of what the work of the committee has shared in the recent report, that, this is calculated to provide extra supports for, the bottom 5% of schools, or to be able to provide tiered intervention for schools. So the public is also informed, and if we're in the true spirit of transparency, that's communicated. I think just as your job is, to manage all the things that you named, our job is to advocate for our communities. And there are certain small tweaks of data that I think could really give families more meaningful information. And just a couple of those shifts, like I had communicated with President Thompson earlier, and I'm happy to continue communicating email, but I don't want this to be a lost opportunity. But to build that trust and to iteratively improve this, I feel like I would want a couple small things to be done to be able to meet this timeline. And I don't feel like we're there yet, but I feel like we're very close.
Yeah, I mean, we are sitting here because the 21st is not today. And so eager to hear all of the tweaks, and we will be super transparent with leadership on like, yes, that can happen, no, that can happen. yes, that can happen, no, that can't happen, or it can happen and this is when.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you. I know this is a hard one, and so I'm not sitting here for like kicks and giggles. I'm truly sitting here because it's hard. And we're passionate on all sides about this one, as we should be.
Yeah, I hope that criticism or continued asks doesn't come across as denigrating the work that has been done.
We're sensitive, it's okay.
I come to this thinking, this is very consequential.
Mhm.
And you said everything has a cost.
Mhm.
I'm thinking about the cost for families and for school communities that result from the decisions that
Mhm.
families are making. So what's been most important to me is how we're displaying the summative score. And I agree that sometimes that has been conflated, but I feel like you just reconflated it in your response to Representative Williams. I was not here for the July 2022 vote, but I was paying attention. I watched it. And it was clear in that moment that members of the board were thinking, okay, we're settling this part. The display will settle that later. And so there was kind of a push of those decisions to us. And so now we're trying to take that up. And the display, to go back to Representative Williams, like how we display the summative score is consequential.
Mhm.
What we put around it is meaningful. I appreciate the addition of the constituent parts. I think that's important. I think it's also important that the people who are making decisions for where their kids are going to go to school can understand the limitations of the data that they're looking at. So that's why I pushed on error, representing some degree of error, just so that families aren't looking at two schools side by side. And I really hope we don't display those accountability score side by side, especially when there are schools that are coming with different grade bands. Like, I just think that's not helpful. And in that, there's no context around in this, display, which I'm sure is just a practical issue. But if a family is looking at a couple of schools and they see this score that like implies precision, it has power. And it's gonna say, well, this school is markedly better than this other school. But the data doesn't really support that. We don't really know that for sure. It would be helpful for families to be able to visualize these two schools are roughly in the same area. Or like they're within the margin of error of each other. So that they wouldn't be, I mean, we can say we're not ranking them, but we're giving the data to rank schools and compare them next to each other and implying a precision. And if the issue is it would be too costly to do the additional analysis to include margin of error, then I would say, then we shouldn't be showing it. That's where I am.
Everyone's
Kelly is
smiling. I
smiling.
know I
Yes.
try to talk about margin of error and measurement error, so thank you for the question. And I think about, I've actually thought a lot about a conversation we had in the library like early on when we talked about how you show that this is a gradient. I think the thing that I want, measurement error is like the difference, and I know you know this, but just for the sake of like not making assumptions, like President Thomas said, measurement error is like the difference between what the truth is and then what the measurement says. So measurement error comes up a lot when you're hanging out with psychometricians talking about assessments, because there's a fairly large body of research that says there is some measurement error in assessments. Assessments are supposed to assess how much you know, depending on what you ate for breakfast. If you had a fight with your boyfriend the period before, like all that can affect your score, which is one of the reasons OSCE and the executive have invested so much in a high quality assessment to reduce that measurement error. And why we see our results are also reflected in NAEP results, which is a very high quality assessment. So the truth is though, is that we're uncertain about that one. what that uncertainty is, both for our specific assessment, our specific student population. And then when you start compounding a bunch of measurements together in the measurement error for growth to proficiency, for the meaning growth percentile versus the achievement, like there is a lot of uncertainty about the uncertainty. And so I think it becomes irresponsible to say we know what the measurement error is, and it's definitely 15 points this or that way. And so the other thing is that this accountability score is an accurate calculation of what we all agreed on in the state plan to be the accountability score. Like, that's not where the error is. There is some measurement error in any metric you'll ever come up with in education, but that's sort of like baked into the cost of the accountability score. And then we sort of get to this tension between that we've talked about, I think, multiple times in this process, between transparency and usability. Like, we want to be as transparent as possible about all of this, but when you start putting error bars on graphs, and there's like a fairly large body of research that says that's not such a good idea because it just introduces, there's uncertainty in both directions and what anybody's supposed to make out of that. And we ultimately are designating schools and communicating with these, and we are confident that our calculations are accurate. And so introducing error to these, I think, is potentially quite misleading to folks. But to the point about the impact that our conversation early on had, like, on me and on our thinking, is that we are proposing that we not only show the summative score, but the percentile that the summative score represents to contextualize it. So, like, what does the 22.6 mean? Like, who knows? But I know that this school did better than 54% of other middle schools. And by putting it on that 0 to 100 bar, people may be comparing schools that are in the 52nd to the 54 to the 55th percentile, and they'll be able to see that those schools are like pretty close together, unlike sort of the distinct STAR levels, which, you know, 0.1 difference when you go from a level 3 to a level 4, and people make a totally different set of assumptions about your school. So I hear the feedback about there being a little bit of uncertainty in any sort of education measurement. And I think that we can do more, like Representative Williams says, to contextualize this in the text. I just don't think that adding an error bar is the way to do it, because it would take a huge amount of research to figure out what an error bar is for our specific accountability score and our specific metrics and population. And I think putting out bad numbers is worse than putting out no numbers, but I do hope that this percentile like assuages some of the concern that this is really sort of like a continuum and not distinct tiers of schools.
Honestly, that just takes me back to, we should not share. I mean, the purpose of the accountability framework that was approved is for the identifying the 5%, right? Like, it is a choice that we are displaying this for.
And we choose to display the score because we know that individuals will take our data and they will seek to calculate it on their own. And we want to be transparent with how we calculate the score. And I think this is solidly like an agree to disagree, because the counter to not showing it is a lot of people downloading all the data on our, people are gonna calculate this number whether we show it or not. And we have been told that directly. And so we feel, and again, it's an agree to disagree, and you are board members. And so like you can exercise like your power in that. But when I have a set of individuals across multiple advocacy entities that say, if you don't do the math for us, we're gonna download all your files and we're gonna do the math. And then we'll be in a free for all of everyone saying, well, I looked at it and I came up with this number, and I looked at, we are the state education agency. It is our responsibility to do this analysis and report it back out. And if we had not done engagement where 77% of people said they want to see the score, we'd be in a different situation. But I know that schools will be sitting and collecting both DCPS schools and charter schools. And so I don't want to close this conversation. I also don't know that we're going to get to the place of like, show it or don't show it, because we are still choosing to show it. And so if there's we are still I want to be precise with language, because I don't want to overspeak my role or our role. we will still be making a recommendation that it be shown. But I think the space that we operate in now is there additional conceptual ways that we frame this? How should we be thinking? Is there any other pushes that we could put in play that could help this be more palatable? Given the conversation that we have had. But I know that there are members on this board that are strong, like, no show. And when I go back to the iterations of how seismic it was to remove the stars and levels, like, we are still in the remnants of that conversation, but it was significant that we removed stars and levels.
When I came onto the board, we had not yet passed the framework, and I actually had very high hopes for the framework and the changes that we make. And I quickly realized much of what was possible was actually very limited by not just the trust between the board and our board, but the trust between the public and the board and the public and us. Yeah, because I remember saying to folks that everybody, I think, is in accordance with the stars being gone. That is actually not the largest lift. The largest lift is reimagining and being able to articulate what we believe quality for our schools looks like. And I was transparently very frustrated as a board member, feeling like we were not capitalizing on all the opportunity that was possible to talk about what goes into the formula at that point. That's one of the reasons that it was important to introduce a resolution saying it won't be another 5 years. It's a bite-sized pieces of this. I also know that I've heard feedback from schools that have been a little bit shell-shocked about, and it's not all of the schools that were like, you know, I have the highest of the high test scores, because we did make some sizable changes around growth, which I think were good changes. Some of them are schools that now, because of how we weight things like dual enrollment or no, or how we weight things like NC attendance, have seen changes to their scores. So I still believe it's important to give time to implement and to make adjustments about the framework. I think given that we have approved the framework and what I know that we approved around the framework, I think I was expecting to see and would still like to see the following things. I would like to see, I know we have not created the tool, but I would like to see where exactly school climate is going to go on the report card. I would like to see where teacher retention is going on the report card. I think I had hoped that when I got the mock-up, I would see some icons up here around that, because I actually think that they're very important. And I would like to, and I would plan to include in the resolution some type of date that we would expect to see the school climate tool, which I would like OSCE to provide for us. Because I think there is a reasonable date that can happen around, but I don't want to say, I know your work better than you do, and you should do it by this date. But I do think, as far as like us agreeing to the framework, knowing that that's important for schools, saying like, okay, we can expect to see that then would be an important step. I also want to make very clear that I have passed on every piece of feedback from this board. And got confirmed receipt of every piece of feedback from it. And I worked very hard to get that feedback. And I also worked very hard, not just to center the conversations with the members, but even like with members of my community around what is doable. And so I will say that I feel like many of the things that came from the board and that I passed on are things, some of the things that are reflected, like, right, so like, I really appreciated Representative O'Leary saying, I want us to talk about our schools in a positive light. The picture isn't the best thing. What are we going to do to address that? I want to make sure that the messaging we have around schools is compelling. I want to make sure that we have more room for programs to showcase our, like that. I think all of those things are doable, and I think you all also agree that those things are doable. But what I don't see in the doable category is the reflection of the teacher retention and the school climate here in a way that is prioritized and in a way that I think our initial resolution around the framework prioritized. And I would like a suggestion for OSI, from OSI, about when we should expect the school climate tool to be implemented. Because I do believe that we should put as updated language to the resolution, horizon for when that should happen. And I think that will go a long way to the public trust of if we can't do it now, if we can't see it now, we know that it's an investment that is being made, and we know that it's something we would expect to see at some.
Yeah, I think a couple of things at once. One, I will just name that it's like very hard to hear like general statements about things. Populations, months and months and months and months of work, like a tremendous amount of work. So and dual enrollment, high school, calling out climate, calling out the metrics we currently have, and then calling out the work to have more. Like that's a historic level of work. We have one of the most equity-driven accountability systems in America. So I like want to stamp that. And teacher retention information in this mock-up. Like we said, we will do every single thing that was in the design, the agreed upon metrics in the framework, and we have heard the board, and we will include climate and retention, because that has been two things that have consistently, all of you, you all don't agree about everything, but you agree about that. The separate part of the conversation is the climate tool. And so that's why I opened by saying, we have a climate tool. And when we went to our schools and said, hey schools, we have a climate tool, we're gonna do it. They said, hello, superintendent, we think you are so great. And also, we need to come into community and design the tool, everything down to the minute of the tool. What will be collected? How will it be shared? Where will it be shown on the report card? And so on climate, this is an issue where we actually can't just do this to our schools. We have to do it with the schools. And so as I said here, it won't be codified in the resolution because this resolution is about the report. But the climate tool will be implemented in this system next spring. We endeavor to do a pilot of the climate tool this spring. There are several LEAs that are actually meeting tomorrow, but they have come together willingly to say, we are excited that there's a tool. We want to come into a pilot. We want to give it to our school communities. We want to see what we learn. But what you also should know is that across all 70 so of our LEAs are multiple different types of climate tools being used. The tool that we have procured and we will use is Panorama. BCBS uses Panorama. Several other charters use Panorama. So the lift for them is different than several other LEAs that are using completely different climate tools. And so I'm only talking more about this because it is going to be a lift to align our whole system to a tool. So what we have put in the resolution is we will report on school climate. And then I'm trying to think about what is the best way to make a commitment to the board on the separate conversation around. This is when we will have a pilot with our schools on climate. This is when the final tool will be ready and we can share it with you. This is the tool. These are the questions. This is what children will be asked, families will be asked, and they're differentiated. So kindergartners are not getting asked the same questions as 12th graders. And then the timeline to say, when will it be administered across our system? And in some respects, that would be helpful. Collectively stamp to our entire system, you're getting a statewide accountability tool on climate. So I want to frame out the answer, but then earnestly want to figure out what is the right pathway to give you all the assurance on when this is going to play out, but also name that procured the tool finally in December. We met with schools in January. The first advisory cohort meeting is tomorrow. We will hope to do a small pilot with the willing this spring. And then we are seeking to align on what will be true next spring. But but those are two different, like, we have committed to reporting on it in the report card. And I will step back to the team to see if possible. in terms of-
Before you do that,
Yeah,
I want to say two things. Thing one, as far as the things that are hard to hear, that I hope you heard, was that I said to the public, is that we will get these stars removed. That was not a diminishment of anyone's work. I do feel, that throughout this presentation, and I just want to say it very clearly, that OPI is kind of in a defensive posture of saying, like, you all do not appreciate our work. The board very much appreciates the hard work process. And I am naming as someone who spends a lot of time, not just working with my members or working with us, but working with people in my community to assure them, not just that people are doing work, but they are doing good work and they actually want to hear and include and all the things. That my statement about we are on the same page in the STAR was not a diminishment, it was a sign to say, let's trust and work together. So I hope that that is what you heard in that statement. Second, I totally am asking for you all to tell me what is a reasonable. That is the step that needs to happen for us to say yes, because it's not here in the pictures. I don't know how to be clearer than that. And so I'm putting that ball in you all's court. I'm happy to even push it till March, if you all want to let me know in March. But that is kind of like a thing that we need as representatives, because where we do align. And the one thing that everyone's on the same page around is teacher retention and the school climate.
so two quick things. I am sitting here because we argued. I am sitting here.
I know, I
because-
just wanted to.
No, I don't have a problem naming it. I am sitting here because critically understood the multi-year now, and that there is only one board that has been a journey. And so when I, like, well, OSSI can't do. See robust sessions at two different FS, multiple across multiple communities, and every single time a board member has shared, we have responded. Today in 24 hours, right? There was feedback we got today that we were like, okay, everyone, right? So that's one. And so that's the work. We are gonna push. Team is like, but then superintendent says, sat here was on the other decision we had to. I don't have a problem with us. OSSI is feeling, but I am the leader of the organization and I have to protect the work that has taken place. It is a fair point that you don't see the images on this mock-up, but we were really clear to write it in the resolution. And so we can close that loop. I can tell the team, go back, send the board a page where they can see the icon for school climate, teacher retention, and do a quick visual of what that looks like. That's it. But I don't have a problem saying, because this is very important to us. And I know it's very important to you. And when we have moments, you're at the moments. Are the same communities, but I want to lean to the fact that. But that's why today is the 7th. Is it the 7th? And not the 21st? Because when you reach out to me again tomorrow, I'm gonna say, yes, ma'am, what else can we do? When you reach out to me next Tuesday, I'm gonna say, ma'am, what can we do? But when we get to the 21st, I want to be able to say, as superintendent of education, that we've done.
But that starts with coming to the working session and saying, hey, friends, let's talk. So I mean, I'm not being glib. I come to sessions when I know that we are facing something that I should be here to face alongside my team. And it's okay. People, we report to you and the executive and council on any given day, someone is like, do more. We're ready to accept the additional feedback, but I'm just naming, I don't have a problem with hearing it be said that we're being defensive. Because we are, because we serve this city and we're working really, really hard to do this really, really well. And all I'm asking is keep the feedback and we keep running up until, I don't know when the resolution has to get posted, but like, we'll run up right to the day. Thank you, sorry.
It's okay. Okay, so a couple of questions for me.
Oh, no, wait.
I just, on the order, I think you were asking about the question of where it goes, so I just wanted to explain that the order of the icons is in alignment to the order of the amounts of points given in the account system. So the board and OSSI together decided that the most important thing, right, the thing that we're giving the most point to is academic growth. So that's why that's first. And so all the ones, the order is in I'm sure the Assistant Superintendent Scholl can probably say this much more eloquently than I, but like it's a reflection of the values that we've decided through the accountability system. And so that's the order that it goes in. And then the things that are not in the accountability system, like the teacher information and the student discipline information, then are subsequent to that. And that, so that's the explanation for the order. So you can sort of pencil in school climate based on that information.
But I promise you, we will go back tomorrow, figure out if there's a quick way to get a visual so that we can physically. Stamping it in the resolution is the thing that ensures that you're going to see it, but I hear the feedback that folks want to see where it will be listed.
I have a particular point on that, but I'm gonna step back because I don't.
Okay.
understand.
I'll be faster with my questions here. So first of all, I do appreciate all the, you took everything that I sent you, everything we talked about, and you put everything in Ward 3 asked about in the list. So that was really important to me, all the feedback we received. I think we've made a lot of progress on this, although I would echo what our president said about making sure that we lock things down that were really important and were raised. To me, the way to do this is the resolution. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't amend it after it comes over.
That is correct.
That's correct. It's up or down at that point. Can you send me a working version of where you are right now? I don't know if it's changed at all, but a working version? Okay, so something that then we can redline and kind of wordsmith and make sure that, because it would be unfair to you not to get any suggestions that might be a make or break from us on that. I commit to do that. I hope everybody on the board does as well. And so there's something in that resolution that can be wordsmith. Because I think some of this for me, on issues like some of the score, on issues like school climate, it's just making sure the phrasing makes us feel secure that it will be delivered the way we saw it on those charts. I think that's what's important to us too. The devil is in the wording. Just one thing that I'm really, really concerned about in the board is just blowing up about right now. I don't know whether it'll impact my vote on this or not, but it is something I want to talk to maybe Andrew about, and happy birthday, by the way. Is some of the proposals the Deputy Mayor for Education has put forward with this boundary study are going to be cataclysmic to our schools and work. Changes like to Lafayette, where they're trying to up the amount of students that they can put in that school, which is already bursting at the seams. Try to then put more out of boundary kids in it. And right now, there's not pre-K 3 school at all. Pre-K 4 is by lottery. And they're trying now to cram more students in there for an equity push. So I'm really concerned about when you say we're going to now be measuring equity, that these changes that are going to really negatively impact overcrowded schools in Ward 3 are going to be then self-fulfilling. I'm concerned about that. And I'll give you one last example of it. Is like with the lottery right now, our students are the only students in the city that still have to use the lottery to try to get through pre-K 4. There's not enough spaces. There's nothing for pre-K 3 at all. So for pre-K 4, if you don't get in at your neighborhood school, let's say, so you apply to Man and you don't get in, but you got spots right next door. Or Janning's got spots. The way the deputy mayor is phrasing it right now is that those would go to at-risk kids. And let you get to 30%. And a student who didn't even get into pre-K 4 in their own in-boundary school would be locked out of going to the school next door. Like these changes the DMA is proposing make no sense. Like the ward is in an uproar about this boundary study. And it just does nothing to solve the issues we're facing at all. So I'm concerned that when we go back to DME, we're gonna hear, well, we put this in the school, in these, basically in the school report cards, so now we're pushing towards that. And anything that pushes towards that, I think it's gonna be a problem, because the overcrowding issue is paramount in my ward, and nothing done to try to fix it at all.
I would say really quickly on the language issue, that's to you, and then on the boundary study DMV issue. I think Andrew, when you schedule some time to talk.
Happy to talk.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's big, I mean, it's
But I
more
think
than
that's
what
outside
we, yeah, it's,
I'm worried that if we're measuring it and we're putting awards up there for achieving it, the decisions that are gonna really harm education in Ward 3 because of the overcrowding problems are going to then become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And we can't have that because people are really worried about this.
yeah, I will follow up with him and then also follow up with you.
Okay.
It's unfortunately, we don't do the boundary study, but I understand the concern that's being raised by what's put forth by the DME.
Okay.
So we should, I won't do a service to that conversation tonight.
All right,
We will.
of course, not, and I appreciate everything you're doing, but I also echo what our president, and I don't feel as urgent, I guess, as you do about it. I understand your urgency about it, but I do feel like we want to get this right. And we want to make sure that the public buys into all the work you've done. I just don't want to feel like we've dropped the ball right before the goal line here. I want.
No, I mean, my urgency is just that I know this board well enough to know that if we don't move forward, the board will say, well, I see. And that can't be because we didn't work up. I don't have a place to work, so I don't have a good analogy. But like, I want to run against the wall until I hit it, maybe not. But I just want to make sure that we are doing our part to get as close as possible. And if we have to push past this, we'll revisit this conversation next year, same time, same station. Which should be named that if we don't move forward, we will just get the report card we have. And we can engage in these conversations until the board feels like they're out of place. Where they can say go, and then we'll time out when you will get that report card. I don't know that I've been transparent about that.
No, I think, yeah, but just assure you, the board is not a wall that you need to run into. We're a willing partner that wants to run with you. It's just, we should just run to the finish line together here, but just make sure we're happy with what we got, okay?
Well, I'm a weary superintendent.
All right.
I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
analysis,
Appreciate
and thank
it.
you, and truly, like, from transportation to this topic, others, like, we keep the lines open and we get things done.
Any other questions or comments? I mean, while we're, I would say my comment would be as the person who is sometimes authorized to speak on behalf of the board. I don't think that's what the board, messaging would be if you don't vote. I feel pretty confident that that's not the place where Representative Williams.
Yeah, so, thank you for the continued willingness to, improve this. I'm with Representative Lay in partnership with this. So some of the things that I'd like to see, and it's helpful to hear why the school measures are the way they are, but I don't agree with that because I want the things that are most important to families to be prioritized. So I'd like for the teacher and school leader information to be presented higher. And we've already talked about school climate. I think another couple of things that have come up repeatedly in Ward 1 and in different events that I've been at throughout the city are just the health staff data that's currently on the report card. If we can broaden that, like there's so much stress on families for knowing about what is the mental health care look like for students here? Do they have counselors? What is the ratio of the counselors to students, or things like childcare? So just I sent this to President Thompson earlier, and I'm happy to follow up, but just a couple more detailed pieces of information. that can help with the transparency that families can have so that if, not every family can go to school open houses and has the time to really go back and forth. So the more we can give them that detailed information, I think it would make a really meaningful difference.
It's 8:12.
I feel like she's like, please.
I'm just, this is what I do. Pardon my- It was what I was elected to do, so this is what I do, so it is 8:12. Is there anything else that we to discuss this evening with the expectation that there will be electronic follow-up and follow-up? That looks like everything.
Yeah, I just want to hear, because there's been so much, and I wasn't here, I don't want to rehash anything with my co-chair on this. But in terms of, because there's one thing that was in the presentation, there's one thing that's in the language, and then there's one thing here. With regards to, the summative score, the language that we got in the bottom part of the resolution says that the SBOE recommends OSSI, and then part G says report each school's accountability designation on the school profile page. So what is your best thinking on what that means and what that looks like?
So looks like that last clause there, that was really, just my attempt to sort of take what the board put in the letter to us and sort of quickly put a list together. I didn't expect that to be final language. That was the place where I expected a lot of feedback from the board, not to say not open to in other areas, but like.
Okay.
That's why,
yeah.
like, we heard Representative Boulay loud and clear, and we will share the language and try. That's truly not final language, it's draft, and so we will engage in that conversation.
And that's helpful just to kind of know that it set that context. I think the final thing for me is right now the language reads like SBOE recommends OSSI, and we can't say like OSSI will, right? So what
So
language?
the provisions before that say OSSI. So that's the difference, is that all the provisions before that say OSSI will, and then there's the other one, which is saying, I recognize there's things that we aren't gonna put into the OSSI will, but that may be good ideas, may have utility, and we may ultimately get there, but are not necessarily willing to commit with the resource constraints. So that's that list, like, you guys have some really good ideas that we just may not be able to meet at this point, but like, there's a way to sort of memorialize some of those really good ideas in a way that can inform future development without committing us to something that we can't commit to.
Right, and those are a lot of important things, so I think I just know the best without OSSI is able to commit to.
That's what is an all not OSSI will, that is the.
Right, but some of the things that are not there are the things that matter most.
Then I think, okay.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
And I know this is tense. I'll be writing lots of notes tomorrow. I do want to thank you all. We've done a lot of hard work together. And you, Madam President, have done a lot of hard work to get us to this place. And I came in knowing, I was like, this is gonna be a hard one. We will get as far as we can possibly get, and then we will journey from there. Your leadership is, I mean, we've done, I don't know, you've been here for most of the hardest votes, I think, right? Social stuff, like, right? Yeah, we've done some, like, so hard is hard. And we just get the joy to do more hard work. I respect each of you deeply for the journeys you take to represent your communities. And also, I truly show up to working sessions when I know it's gonna be hard. Every single month I watch, but I knew this one was gonna be hard. And so that's why I came, and I'm certain I'm gonna call you tomorrow morning. We'll have conversations. Yeah, as you always are. And so I wanna name that. We're not, defensive isn't maybe the right word, but pride ourselves on getting it right, even getting it right for our board. And this is a tense topic for us. So I'll end there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, I know folks need a break.
Job, let me.
So I'm going to encourage. Can we take 10 minutes? Because I feel like longer than that, nobody's coming back.
You got that.
All right, 8:27, we will reconvene there.
I think Brandon's coming up.
Come Tara. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Hi. Not September. When is your car? Tracks. Ready?
All right, well, thank you all for hanging in there with us. Just want to know the changes we have to the agenda to try to get us through. So, before we were supposed to debrief the truancy and chronic absenteeism panel, do a review of updated bylaws and family operating procedures, go through all the committee reports, and then we have 7 items that were on the agenda, 6, only for new business. So what I am proposing for us to do is, to extensively shorten the debrief of the truancy and chronic absenteeism panel, because we do have notes, from the meeting. I'm happy to open it up for a couple of minutes if there are people who have like, things they want to make sure, are kind of like stated and help frame us. And then we can kind of move that conversation to like email. But I want to acknowledge that, and kind of, I think that's a place we can cut a bit, given our extended conversation earlier. I also think we need to have, the right amount of time for the updated bylaws and standard operating procedures, because I do very much appreciate all the work that's gone into that, and want to make sure that we can get that across the finish line and don't want to deliver that another month. So I don't want to cut any time for that. I'm going to suggest that for the committee reports, if we can just have the high level readout of priorities that people share for their respective committees. Since we have a retreat coming up, people will get a sense and at least be allowed to hear, and we can shave off some of the time with reading out the committee reports, because people can actually read them on their own. And then for new business, we'll see how we're doing on timing, but maybe we can figure out a way to do some of the planning for the retreat. We can do another survey, so people can say like what's most important to them or something to shorten the discussion there, but we do still want your input. And then the other thing, the budget letter, the snow vision, the Wamata bus cut. I think we're just going to be just have to give the time and attention to, if we're gonna address them at our next. I know that was a bit of a, if you have any reactions to those changes or suggestions. I did my best in a very short amount of time to try to come up with something that both like move the work we need to move forward, allow for input, and get us out of here at a reasonable time, because I know everybody runs out of steam. Nothing should rush you out the door. I need your right now. Okay. All right. Given that, let's start with the debrief around truancy and chronic absenteeism. Okay. Normally we debrief panel topics. We're not going to have an extended discussion. If there's anything anyone wants to just like lift up or put on the table, from that, I'm happy to kind of start with the framing of our goal. The panel is very similar to the goal from the one we had around student safety, where we produced the resolution with recommendations. Not saying that only things covered in that panel could go into that resolution, but maybe there were also thoughts that sparked or other things we might have that share. I saw Representative.
Just a question that doesn't have to be answered tonight, but where do our statutory duties, powers, line up? Because we do have something with state rules on absenteeism, so I'm just curious where,
I think it's gonna depend on what we recommend, like what we left out of the discussion. So, I guess similar to when I think back to the resolution we just passed around the parental leave. There are intersections that will pay options to bring something back to us, so we can make a change. I do suspect there will be clauses in the resolution that are like that. And then I suspect there will be other things that, will be chartered other agencies or parts of that. I think that's something for us to think about, though, like the resolution and who we are asking. Just a good question. Other immediate thoughts?
Yeah, the thing I'd like to just highlight and centralize for us, I think is just the data reporting that we can get in like a real time to be able to actually have ways that schools can respond to things. I think we're just too slow right now to know how big of a crisis this is. And we need to be able to problem solve like in real time. So that's the piece for me. And then just also that I do think there's some movement from this around the city. In talking with Councilmember Parker, like he's really focused on it right now. And so if we can really kind of piggyback on what the council is looking to do, I think we can try and get something done sooner rather than later.
Just, I would love to see us really try to champion what's in our, just trying to look at the curriculum standards and try to see what we can, curriculum and any sort of learning we get in either before school, after school, during school, and just try to see, maybe even trying to reach out with youth. I mean, Ward 3 obviously is not the biggest place, but I'll go anywhere talking on this issue. So I do think it's important, and I would love to partner with whatever the council's doing. So I go what you said on that. Just think, whatever we can do in our lane to try to make the difference for the city, we should try to do.
Well, just to respond to that point, so like even last week, right? I had a class of 16 kids. The bell rang, I had one student there. And half hour by, I had a couple students. But like this, I think we could change the curriculum long term and still we only really have a review over standards.
Yeah.
But I think what would more make an immediate impact is helping schools develop the capacity to reach out to those families in real time and develop the point people. Like, I think it was the principal who was on the panel said that they just have like a text chain that goes through. And so to me, that's like the now thing. Whereas the curriculum and standards is, yeah, we need to make sure that kids want to get in school, but we also need to make sure that they're in school this year, and this semester and just kind of walking and chewing gum at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't view it as a either or, like that it's not like it's like, this is a set of suggestions only for the next 6 months, or we can only look at our horizon for the next 6 years, right? I would say, as far as like when you said schools in Ward 3, I think about the fact that I have a lot of kids who I represent in Ward 7 who are traveling to Ward 3. And one of the conversations I was a part of on truancy, I feel like people immediately go to truant kids are the ones who are doing all the horrible things. And I'm not so sure we're always thinking about truant kids as also being kids who are out in the same world that we are, and some of them actually not feeling safe on their way to school, and that being one of the reasons they are not going to school. I know in many of the referrals I've made to like the ombudsman's office, it's been families who like, I say keep members never implemented. Or what happens, if somebody drops the ball on the safety plan or never turns it over after the transfer happens. And I know that I was reminded of it today, that the student advocate is starting its conversations again with people around safety. And I think back to when they presented their annual report and some of the things students said about what would make them feel safer. I think that builds on not just the work of their office, but also some of the recommendations we've had around safety, some intersections there that we might want to continue to live, or even some things we might want to feedback on from the safety recommendations that are coming out of the DB's office. Last thing I'll say, I think there is also a potential opportunity given it is budget season. And when I think about things like the chance of talking about the expansion of community schools
I went with WTE. I've been a part of that work, and I know, Dr. Lewis, from Communities in School Life, and our funding is at jeopardy of being cut. But they are part of the solution. So thinking about like what is happening with us and where our points of, leverage are at this moment, I think are particularly important as we craft a resolution.
It's also important that the leadership, especially a large LEA, at least has an answer to the horrible chronic absenteeism. These public schools, we didn't answer it right at all. At all. And it's a real problem.
I'll just say that this is one of the priority issues for our committee for later on, so like, I'm curious for the board's thoughts, kind of when we get there as to how we want to move on this.
I really appreciate the engaging and concise discussion. Looking forward to kind of continuing to build on that, but appreciate like what y'all say. I want to move us on to the review of the updated Illinois bylaws and standard operating procedures. That's what the next time we try. I do that. Okay. Oh, it's on both. Okay, so Dr. Bull, it sounds like I'm turning to you.
Yes, so you all, if you don't have the printouts, it is also in Dropbox. But I first off want to thank Layla for putting together the handbook that, so probably, again, some of you have in front of you or on Dropbox, but she was put everything together. But I also want to thank the working group for putting these sections together, listening to members, and what you see in front of you are the different edits to those. So first off, just looking at the slides. This February, we're going to vote on bylaws and the working the standard operating procedures manual. We have a final meeting. The working group has a final meeting next Monday, based on what we hear from you in this at this working session, and we'll just put it all together. If you could go to the next slide. Great. So there were about 17 sections in the SOP manual. We've updated 8 of them. When we met at the January 26th and February 1st, the working group met. We took all of your suggestions and comments in the draft on SharePoint, updated them, and then those are reflected on these sheets on here. The next few slides kind of highlight what those changes are, but if you want to really see those changes, they would be in red and bulleted here, as well as reflected in the full SOP manual. So one thing to note, we added in the glossary board leadership made up of the president and vice president, addressed member comments and feedback. And then in bold, you'll see in the next few slides, these are just sections and just high level changes to those. So adding items to leadership meetings would be one section in the SOP manual. Hearing member feedback, we added language on external meeting dates and emailing notes to the full board. And then if you look at this handout, which fully breaks it out, you can see what those exact changes are.
What's that one?
Which one?
Is the one you're holding?
this one should be, if you have a digital copy or if you ask for digital copies, it would be in Dropbox. Under the SOP manual. And if not, I'm happy to share this with you as well. You'll just take a look at that. And so that's the first one, the first section I wanted to highlight. For bullying, we're still working on updating that language. We update it for staff, between staff bullying, or what happens if between staff. But we don't have any, like, we're still working with OHG on what it means if an elected member is part of that bullying. There's nothing specific in that states that, so we're working around that. But we are in the process of updating it, and we just got an email back today just noting that. So when the working group meets next Monday, we'll put together further language on that and let members know. If you could go to the next slide, Jen. So executing public meeting panels, we added what happens if we have an emergency panel. And they also have page numbers. Those page numbers correspond to the SOP manual itself. Executing roundtables, we deleted approval of roundtable agenda and the example agenda items. And added additional clarifying language for roundtables being held during committees. We also updated, one of the members mentioned getting rid of presidential committee appointments and just put down internal, external committee appointment process. So we updated the section title for that. If you could go to the next one, Jim. Introducing state resolutions, updated several of those steps, but I really want to use this time. I know we have very limited time. One thing that we definitely need to get feedback from you all on is step 2 on the committee's vote on the resolution. So really highlighting this again, I had listed all of them out. But something that went back and forth with the committee was for step 2, it says once, so let me read 1 and then I'll go to 2. Again, this is introducing the state resolution. We would follow the steps outlined and add a new business to add a topic under new business at a working session. Step 2, once referred to a committee, the committee will discuss and decide if the proposed topic should become a state resolution. If the proposed topic is voted down by the committee, the proposed member can for an amended version for a subsequent vote. So there was a worry around what that means if a committee shoots down a member's resolution. Is this a fair step? Is there any feedback on this particular step? Yes.
So I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'll be succinct. So I feel like the way this would work best is if committees, because this is a lot different from the council, where we have basically every area spelled out by various committees. So every legislation goes to a piece of, to a committee over there, unless it's emergency or ceremonial. I think what would be helpful here, just due to our limited capacity, based on the fact we're part-time, we have limited number of staff, would be that if the committees would set 2 or 3 priorities each, and then, because like the committees are very open-ended. I mean, school well-being could be anything, state level stuff could be anything, but you have 2 or 3 priorities that the committee lays out. Then at the discretion of the president, when a resolution is proposed, if it's within one of those areas that the committee is really taking a deep dive in, I think it then should be referred to the committee. So for instance, like if you're doing something on SROs and I propose an SRO resolution, the president should then send it to the committee. I mean, the committee then would have it in committee and could either choose to mark up that resolution and make changes to it and then present it to the full board, or they might go their own route, but it would stay in committee. Now I could always do under Robert's rules a motion to discharge it. But, you know, I think respecting the committee process is important, but because we have really two committees and they're both very general, I think there should be priorities that are laid out, because within any resolution would go to at least two committees. I mean, you can put anything under well-being and anything under state level, and then we wouldn't have any resolution. So, and then it would just be the president having to decide what to send. But if you actually have a work plan for each committee, and then specific resolutions are introduced, the president could then send those to committee. And I think then the committee process should be respected on it. I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say, is that the president refers to, are you suggesting that there needs to be like another pathway?
I definitely don't think so. I think what I wouldn't want to see though is all resolutions just get dropped into two buckets. So when we write a resolution, we introduce it, is it just automatically goes into those two buckets. And I think we need clear work plans there, because there'll be things that are within school well-being that, you know, the committee just doesn't have the time or capacity to work on. Somebody introduces a resolution and it goes through committee, I don't think is necessary.
You bring up something really interesting, that motion of discharge. The president would bring it to a committee. Say something comes up and just a member wants to, a sponsoring member brings up a resolution, it's best fit for a certain committee, and you disagree with that. The building in that option for a motion of discharge and maybe sending it to a different committee or
I assume motion for discharge was there because Robert's rule kind of fill in the gaps of our rules. I think my concern is this. I think we need to work together on things. And I think if like, let's say you're doing a deep dive on SROs, school safety, you shouldn't be introducing a resolution on school safety. Or it can, but it should go to committee. So like, I shouldn't be having one up for a board vote while you guys are doing a deep dive on the issue. So I think then it goes to the discretion of the president to say, hey, the committee is working on this, doing a lot of work on it. We're going to send your resolution you introduced to the committee. And I would have the ability to do a discharge motion, but that's kind of extraordinary. I would rather let the committee do its work. So I think this is just us being colleagues and trying to work together and respect the work of the committee. However, I think it's incumbent upon the committee to set some priorities. So like if I introduce a resolution that involves school well-being, it's nothing the committee plans to take up, that should then just be retained at the board level and then voted on after it goes through the working session and not sent to committee. So I think that's just, I think this just involves, since we don't have the capacity to have everything go through a committee, it just involves actual work plans that are doable. And then the resolutions in that area that are introduced by members are sent through the committee aspect of the work, which presumably is going to deeper dive into this, and then we get the, you know, it just that one member could consider. I'd be glad to send you something in writing on that. I don't know that we need to put that in there, but I think it gets to the heart of what you're talking about. It's not necessarily something you can put in the bylaws, but it should be, I think it just should be understood is people work effectively with each other.
this is the part, this is the step where I would love, I guess something maybe we could circle back with, but to any other members?
That's separate thoughts. One is on favor resolution and then one, and I'm sorry, I have to drop off, which should not be running. One is on the state resolutions and one on the, for the state resolutions. One of the things that I'm anticipating we can discuss at the is committees, and on these, I mean, like what our work is for, because it is not lost on me that right now we have two, which are ad hoc committees, and I think ad hoc is the way to go. But when I first came to the board, I had like 5 different committees.
Yep.
And there were a lot more options to discharge too. And there were limitations with that because we would have like almost like we go like in front of the council, in front of one person, like the capacity for members wasn't there because most people's not full-time job. What happened
if the what happens if there was not an appropriate committee existing by the board to discharge a wish to? So like, does that make sense? Like, I don't, because of how we have said, we have this, person, and I don't know if it would be the same. I'm assuming some of the things that we're working on are the same. And there are certain things that are just like our, and you asked a question about what's in our statutory authority when it comes to choice, I think about what's in our statutory authority, so we'll always have work around. But there's a lot of other stuff we introduce resolutions around that might not be organized into committee spaces, depending on how we organize ourselves in March. Please, I have the question.
So I think we are trying to have a process for possible outcomes. If that's one of the outcomes, we want to have a process for that. So if there's, it either goes through committee or it doesn't go through committee. This is our goes through committee process. We also need, because we want to have a shared understanding of, well, what's the process if it's not going through?
I mean, I'm comfortable with those through the committee. I'm just, and I'm raising, we probably need something because something is going to be put in the committee, depending on the ad hoc structure of them. We need a clear process for that. If it doesn't go to.
Yeah.
Not as like a loophole, not as a way to circumvent the change. There will be some things that we're still gonna be see from that.
So I think we should, I just thought of this here right now. We should change the names or initial resolutions to distinguish them between the final. And this is something the council does. So you have a bill and then it becomes an act when the council approves it. And the council approves it, it becomes something. But there's a difference between when it is approved as an act. Same thing with resolutions. You have a proposed resolution, comes to the council, and it becomes a resolution. I think we should do proposed state resolution. So when it's introduced, it's called a state resolution. When it is finalized, it's called a resolution. I think we should get a little bit more formal and put our signatures on, just like council does. A proposed resolution has the signatures. Resolution is clean, and we put both online, so that way the public can see the deliberative process. I think for any proposed state resolution that's introduced, I think it should go through, like it goes through the chairman, go through the president. I think the president should have the discretion to say, this is something that's in the committee's work plan, I'm sending it to the committee. Or this is something that's in neither committee's work plan. And then what you do is, it's called retained at that point. So you would retain the resolution and it would just stay at the full board. So that way anyone could move it. It's not, doesn't dribble down to committee. And I think, you know, I actually like the fact we only have a couple of committees, because I think if you put 3 or 4 of them aside, I think people are going to have to then be on multiple committees. I think it's too much for the staff to do. Yeah, and I think 2 is a good number. So I think we should look at the issues that are out there, you know, and then the committees then work together to set some priorities. And then that gives you guidance as the president on how you then either retain resolutions at the level of the full body or you refer them down. And I think that Roberts covers the rest of that. Robert's rules, not Robert.
I think we're not, the way you're talking about it, the proposed resolution is like a draft resolution. So I think we were thinking more of the like, I have an idea, we want to do a resolution on this topic, and then the committee does the work to get the resolution.
I think that takes powers away from individual members. I think like, if I want to introduce, let's say I don't like the work Brandon's doing for his committee. And I say, well, Representative Best, I want to go my own way on this and introduce my own resolution. I should still get referred back to you, though, but I should at least have the ability to introduce a resolution.
Yeah,
Now, whether it goes
anywhere, able to do that.
Right. So I just wouldn't want to have us be so limited that we would just be able to put forth an idea and then it would go further than that. And I'm glad to work with you offline on this. I don't want to get us here late into the evening, but it's just something I thought of here.
You also think about possible. Here's my second thing. And it goes back to the external meeting. From a capacity standpoint, I think the executive director is sitting like Steve. And I can't really go with no one central place. that all the notes existed, that's how we come up with the line, live. I think it makes sense that the ED, can take on the emailing the notes following. I will just be very honest and say that 2 months ahead of time is not a reality. And how meetings happen, because what is a polite way to say this? We are not always everybody, we're not the high man on the totem pole. So if the chairman, if we have a bi-monthly meeting with the chairman, and then like something comes up, our meeting is. And I don't want it to seem like that's not the reality, or, like if we, like, it has been very, a labor of love to make sure we have a standing meeting with DCS, which we actually do not have. Or our meetings with Austin frequently move around to other people's schedules. Being in leadership, is just like, there's a lot of flexibility you have to have, and a lot of demands on your time. And so I don't want to give the impression that it's like somebody's trying to hide the ball. I just want to be very transparent about our reality in holding someone to times 2 months out. It's not real. And I wish that was not the case. And one of the things that have been important to me as the president is like moving in a direction where we are given our full due respect and all the things. Like, I'm not saying that should be reality. I'm just very clear about what is reality. I would not have been something I knew until I actually entered something that I'm in. So I just want to acknowledge that it's like maybe aspirational, but I don't think it's actually something we can hold in our control as a procedure. That's all I got.
Are we discussing generally now or still just the?
But I was responding to a specific thing here.
So that's the first section.
Yeah.
That
'Cause I
adding items to leadership meetings.
I could not get
Oh,
in Dropbox, so that was, so that, I'm late, but it was the first thing, adding items to leadership. The second bullet, he takes that on, makes sense to me. A lot of times that I'm taking my part and everything else, like, I do it immediately, but we do have a full-time review. The first bullet, I think it's just outside of our agency control. And it pains me to acknowledge that, but they use that I'm going to acknowledge it. It's true.
That was pretty suggestion, so. I think the main point is just to have like a lead up to the meeting's gonna happen. And maybe look in the, you're just looking at the red lines. Look in the full thing and see if the other steps around it still makes sense.
I don't have a problem with the other things. I'm just acknowledging the 2 months as far as me.
So we can capture that. I think those were just the nature ones, that we went through. Everything else was, just minor changes that aren't too controversial, like moving work through a committee. We added options 1 and 2 for state resolutions, research reports, like it out of the meeting versus something assigned to a committee. And that was kind of touched on for introducing state resolutions. So other than that, nothing really too controversial. We are going to meet again next Monday as a working group, then massage in your feedback. And so between now and then, if you do have feedback after this meeting, I could share back out this kind of sheet with the red, in red, what those edits are. And the SOP manual, if you want to read it for full context, so that we can make those changes and then have that ready for vote at the February 21st public meeting, as well as the bylaws. One other thing to note is that now that we have all of the sections in the SOP manual, the bylaws are now can now reference the SOP manual, and the SOP manual can now reference the bylaws, so you have even more context there as well. But definitely a great working group, so thank you all for your feedback and. Yes.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, just for full disclosure on this, I'm still contemplating, I know the work group's probably gonna go a different direction on it, but the idea of making board leadership 2 years, I mean, I know I push for that, I know people have a very strong opinion the other way too on it. But I just feel for continuity purposes, that makes infinite sense, you know, as we try to build as an institution. I think switching that every year, switching committees every year is probably, like, so I would consider potentially moving an amendment on that, but I would want to see what the final product looks like. But I don't want to blindside people with it.
Yeah, I'll make, get this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, to the bylaws and SAP committee, for getting us to this point. Thank you for members for, continuing to hang in there and engage with us. And thank you, Layla. Layla is our first ever full year fellow, and has not just done this, but done a bunch of things, that have made this state board better. So huge shout out to Layla. I want to move us on to committee reports. I do still want the admin committee to give its report, which is running hiring. And members need to know what's going on with that. And then for the other two, as we stated, we will do delivery priority. So admin committee, Vice President Harris.
I do not, I have not done that. Did it today, since we did it today. Thank you.
We have a report.
I apologize first time around, Dr. Terry, very interesting, to do, say the least. But the admin meeting for today, we did actually have it today, 9 to 10 this morning. The big takeaways, the highlights from it, and those who have a copy of it, you can refer to it. The Ombudsman's office gave us updates basically around this, just talking about the agreement that they have with both OSSI, how that's going, the support letter that they secured, support letter. The office has learned that the tracking software for OSSI's DOT has failed, and the office is hearing more complaints from families, so they report on that as well. And they will be hiring a program support specialist for the SBOE as well. And then Dan from the student advocacy office gave his report as well. You've seen an increase cases of abuse and neglect from school officials. Bullying cases are also increasing. So we talked about some of those issues. They will also be speaking to every high school and middle school in DC regarding school and student safety. And I've seen Dan, just so I can say, I've seen Dan in a lot of meetings that I've been at about safety. On the task force, with CAVE and other groups, Dan has literally been in every meeting that somebody has asked to be in. And I think he's really been the work that he's doing. He's spending so much time making sure he touches every constituency, you know, around safety. So I just want to lift that up.
We want to attend the high school visits. We will be sharing that information, so that will be school or middle school. And members are welcome to sit in
ones that are in your board. Then there's the annual student leadership conference that is coming April 16th. Building rights workshop for Ward 5 is March 16th, and then Ward 8, my home ward, on 6th. State board updates. As we talked about a little bit earlier, we had 7 candidates for the, we have 7 candidates for the human analyst role. So we discussed that. She was waiting for the, for DCHR to approve the communications director. One thing about that is that, our director can be the only director. I do remember this quite well as far as the title. So the biggest thing is they're working on what will be the title of the person who will come in as the person who's over communications. They can be a senior manager or a deputy, but they cannot be director. And so we were trying to use that title, so they're working on what the title would be. They already have the job description and everything. So once we figure that out, then they can start posting everything. They do have all the funds that they need for the interim time for the group that they've contracted through. So we discussed that as well. And then we went into the ombudsman hiring update. I can tell you now that we are at 3. The writings of 7 individuals, scores have come in, they've been tabulated, so we have it down to the top 3 at this particular point. And as you can see, we have interview times for you guys to hopefully join us. I think they're great. I've read their writings and those who else have participated. Some strong candidates. It's some very, very strong candidates. So I look forward to, I'm gonna participate in the interview as well. So seeing how that plays out in person. And that's it.
Are there any questions about the admin report? I would just add a thank you to the Hannah. It's done a lot of work around the hiring for the ombudsman, as well as Bernice Javon, who's looking at running staff and a lot of the things around this. So looking forward to welcoming the new ombudsman time frame that we are required to, which is also why those dates are specifically what they are. So we can be in compliance with the statute. School community and well-being. I'm coming to you, Representative Beth Howard.
All right, so we have 4 priorities that we've identified. The first one is centered around community engagement and outreach. We have some funds for community engagement and outreach, and we want to make sure that we identify a project that we can work on. And so that's going to be, centered around safety, mental health, chronic absenteeism, safe passage, or safety within schools. Just so basically identifying that, identifying a vendor, putting money towards it, and making it happen. The second possible priority area, we all know what just happened in council right now, and I think that there should be some time, effort, energy dedicated to ensuring that our students have an understanding of the laws that have just been passed, or that are, that have just been passed. So that was priority number 2 as far as accountability and victim protection amendment act of 2023. From there, we have our tracker that Darren had created, and we want to make sure that we are working on the items that were not started from our resolution tracker. And so we have everything linked. So if you actually check out this on the Dropbox and you click on it, you'll actually be able to see it as well. And then the final is review and identify areas of support for the DME's final school safety enhancement committee recommendations. So once again, working with Dan on that as well. Any questions? Cool, thank you.
All right. I'm coming to Representative Williams and Vice President Patterson.
Sure, so I'll be quick. Our priority work areas are to finalize the DC school report card, so we're gonna continue conversation offline and through email, based on, getting things to the finish line. Just encourage everyone to open communication with that so that we can get clarity on, what goes in the resolution, and what is most important as we finish that up. The next thing is we have 2 sets of standards we're looking at right now. One, the social emotional learning standards, in which, we're trying to develop recommendations. Kathleen has taken the lead with creating a survey around that. And we are, have a timeline paced out for that. And then also the follow-up to the presentation today around financial literacy standards, and the new proposed timeline. And then Representative Galea said multiple times today, which we push around like focusing on fewer issues, but going deeper. So the two that we've identified so far are educator retention, and absenteeism and truancy. We don't have particular specific strategies on them just yet, but we're trying to, you know, figure out with this budget cycle and with the topic of truancy on the council's docket, kind of how we move forward with those two areas. And that's where we're at right now.
I have one question, first of all. Given SBO is something that is, is coming in effect for us. Yeah. Where do you go?
You said SDO.
The SBO standards.
Yeah, I mean, Kathleen can probably best respond to that right now, if you want.
So we're gonna, what is the next? Financial media, I don't know more.
Yeah.
The roots there, but, during the committee, check the emails, because earlier today we got, the timeline that we worked out for developing the committee's recommendations, kind of like the candidates, hopefully a little bit more organized this time around. And then as we surveys and. Check your phone.
And without the day.
Has Aussie shared a desire for SEO standards?
Yeah, and the standards were drafted by.
No, it's, what you said?
Yeah, I've seen the standards, but like, when do they want us to pass them?
They.
I don't remember getting that, giving us time.
That they have said, I think that was to council if I hear it. A couple of weeks ago, but I think that was also kind of like around
That
that
wasn't
time, so I
communicated to us
wouldn't like.
specifically. To answer your question, it wasn't communicated to us since,
I
like,
don't,
this is what we.
I don't count it until it's been communicated to us.
Right.
That's what I have experienced. Sometimes things are communicated, to council and haste, when, and, yeah, so.
I wanted to be clear about that, because, you know, them answering a question to the council is different than them saying, come to the table and say, you know, this is the time frame that we would like to do something. So we have not communicated that.
I think we'll hear more about it next month.
I just don't want us to be crunched.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's all I got.
All right, the last of the week is, Representative Washington, the advisory committee.
So our last meeting was January 8th. We heard a presentation on safety from the Office of the DAE, and we heard another presentation on financial literacy standards policy. We passed and heard 3 resolutions, SRs 24-2, SRs 24-4. With a few recommendations for SRs 24-2, recommending a insurance contest. We recommend to change the voting registration requirement from 100% to 25%. And then for SR 24-3, call for one clarification of emphasis on equity within the organization. And then we have recommendations for action for recommendations to policy. Our next meeting is next Monday, actually, February 12th. We're going to be hearing 2 resolutions, SR 24-5, approve the categories in front of the business worker, and then SR 24-6, policies that we're going to be finalizing officially our action items. We conducted a survey last week, to the top action items. We want to look into your attention, but I have to.
Question?
No, I just want to build off of what you said. So there has been a good amount of meetings that I've had with, moving the high school voter registration contest forward, and it's going really well. The DME, office said that they would sign on with announcing the contest. There's an option if we do it together. That's something I would love people's input on, but they seem totally on board. I am working with the League of Women Voters and the National Women Foundation. We are looking at models from other states of how to announce it and how to spell that out, and then giving that to the DME by the end of the week. And then next week, we have another follow-up meeting with the board of action to schedule like trainings throughout the city. There's a lot of support with a lot of nonprofit organizations too to do trainings, and we're just trying to think things through. But so far so good. I just wanted to update folks on that or see if any people had questions. So I'm trying to continue as the convener of this to make sure that different agencies and organizations continue to move forward.
External committees. One note about external committees, NASB is time to do, an appointment and a reappointment to, the National Association of State Boards for Education. One is they always, email us and it's what's up here. One is the Public Education Commission. So that is the committee that I've sat on previously. I think I've telling my experience. I've sat on previously around where are there changes that NASB wants to make to any public positions it takes on that on issues in front of the body as a whole. So for example, we spent some time building a equity section for NASB that all state boards can refer to if they want to use it as material, or things around right now literacy. So if there is someone who would like to serve on that, or has questions about that, let me know, but we need to make an appointment. Number two is the Government Affairs Committee for NASB. Some members scratch back here, which sounds actually quite helpful, but if you search for that, NASB does have a legislative conference every year. Many of the things that have to do with NASB's relations to other government organizations and help as we navigate as a state board our government affairs. So happy to send something with like the description, but we should. You want to say after that, members as well. I don't know if any other, I don't know, RPP does. Right.
I'd like to do that.
And I will still send around the descriptions.
And one note, I
Yeah.
think 2024, SB is not having their legislative conference.
They are.
Yes, to the annual conference.
I thought it was yes, legislative conference, no, annual conference.
We'll send an email.
Yeah, it says on the thing.
I'll just refer that as like a thing that, one of the things that, to give people a point of reference, but we will send an email around with more information. It's clearly not reference, so. It is. Let's move on to new business. Spring board retreat, we do have a date, for the spring board retreat. We were gonna spend some time this afternoon, for evening, night. I don't know what we're doing at this point.
talking about, kind of priorities, for the spring board retreat. If it is okay, we will send a survey to members about what they would like to see at the spring board retreat. And I will also open it up to see if there's anything you want to put on the paper down. It was on our agenda, and I know we.
Yeah, I'll repeat the date and time for everyone. March 9th, it's a Saturday, from 9:30 to 1:30. The staff, we're still working on securing a location. But yeah, you should, on your state board calendar, you should have a hold, but let me know if not. And yeah, as President Thompson said, really just hoping to identify items that you all would like to include on the agenda for the time together. In addition to what we've already identified, committee functions, roles, things related to committee work and action plans or goals for the board for the rest of 2024. And if you think of things outside of the form we send, you can reach out to me and Director Butler. And yeah, it might be like a thought while you're walking or something, you know, randomly. But the sooner we get your ideas, then we can plan and have a draft agenda to you. I would say our goal is to do that before President's Day holiday on the 19th. So we can have a couple more weeks to finalize the plans for the leadership and all of it.
Budget letter updates. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't get you there. Did anybody have any reactions, comments, questions about that? I'm reading the room in the big ring. So want to make sure I'm reading correct. All right. Budget letter update. Yeah, I'm happy to turn to Jen to help us move on.
Yeah, just very briefly, at the December working session, we started talking about what you all wanted to include on our FY25 budget letter, and then we ended up continuing this discussion over email with Director Butler, and that turned into a form that you all used to prioritize, because there were many. So to recap, we decided on universal out of school time programming district-wide, increases to the uniform per student funding formula, full-time nurses in every school over time, recommendation to fully fund the recommendations of the early literacy education task force. And then there were a couple items around safe passage, mainly expanding geographic and time coverage and enhanced training. So I wanted to recap that for you all, but then also provide you with an updated timeline. Director Butler and I are working on the draft based on those priorities and hope to get you a SharePoint version that you then can all comment on, do draft changes, our usual process by this Monday, the 12th. I also want to thank our policy fellow, we have such amazing fellows, but Rochelle has been supporting this as well, some of the research that we need to do. And then we'll hope to get your feedback by Friday, the 16th. That way, Dr. Butler and I can implement your feedback and prepare for you all to then vote on it at the public meeting on 21st. And then assuming you all vote and pass that, then Director Butler will transmit it to you, Mayor Belzer, and all of the council members as usual. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question before we comment. When we talk about full funding for the UPSFF, I think we may want to nuance it a bit to talk about this teacher's contract. Since we have the chance to state for the record that there's an ongoing contract, I want to say for the record that there is not right now. Contract has expired. Certain provisions are carrying over right now as they do by law. There is not a contract right now. And I wasn't going to get onto this with him because other people wanted to speak earlier, but there's not a contract in place for WTU. Why that's really problematic and why we want to make sure we make this clear in the letter is that if those school budgets come out on the 11th, which is when they should be coming out, and we don't put the money in there for teachers, that's to be expected because we're not going to get a contract in place. But we want to probably specify in our budget letter that the money needs to be in there for the teachers. And it could be in one of two places. It could either be in central office and then trickle down. They could disperse it down throughout the year. And then the match would go to the charters at that point. Or all the money for charters and DCPS can be held in what's called a workforce investment account. But that's just the two ways to do it. But I think the thing we want to emphasize with full funding to the UPSFF, that's got to include also funding for the teach contract. Because if that doesn't get in there, we then have to wait. We lose all of FY 25 then too. So then we're guaranteed to be full years behind, approaching then a third year behind. So I think,
What's the percentage of increase?
I mean, that's to be negotiated. I mean, if you put it, the reason you put funding in workforce investment is you don't want to show your hand, basically. So probably the place it would make, in absence of getting it approved when it should have been approved, which would be the best scenario. The next best scenario is probably putting this money in workforce investment. So you put the money for charters in there, you put the money for DCPS in there, and then you don't show exactly the numbers. When you negotiate with unions, you show them you show them 3%. The minimum they're going to ask for is 3%. They're not going to say, hey, we'll go for 2% and then negotiate up. So, I mean, the key would be, if we're looking at inflation, I mean, probably 2.5%, maybe even 3% this year with how high inflation is. But it is a tight budget this year. But if you don't have anything in there, if it's 0% that's budgeted, then you can't get a fiscal impact statement from the CFO. So the contract can't go anywhere. So negotiations are basically a fiction at that point. So I think key is making sure the money is in the budget, wherever it lands. And I just don't want them to say, well, you said fully fund the UPSFF, and we did. And then they're just ignoring the contract part, which needs to fall under that. So I think I'd be glad to work with you in the language, but I think that is, it's both the inflation for non-per services, but the bigger bump is what we need is the inflation for our teachers contract for 2 years. 2 years worth there. So it's 24 and 25.
The quick and dirty FE growth version, President Thompson version, we will continue to request fully funded PSFF, and Representative Delay will provide some language to make sure that we are also accounting for funding for the upcoming contract, so that can be paid for too. Because I understand your concern that labor is our biggest expense. Is that the suggestion?
Absolutely. We got to make sure that that money is in the budget.
But what does fully? How we define fully?
I would assume it's adequacy study. But I also know what we'll see the report is.
I don't know if we're saying fully or having increases, so.
Yeah, because the increase has to cover the last.
24 and 25.
That's correct.
And they need to budget in the supplemental for 24. So you got to cover 24, you got to cover 2 years. But I think the way to phrase it would be to make sure that it's, because fully could be, it mean anything, to say that there's sufficient funding in the proposed budget to cover, to be able to negotiate anticipated teacher raises in good faith or something like that. I think we're out the language, but something that shows this isn't just a farce. We're actually putting money in and we're serious about negotiating with the teachers.
The board, saying that language, DCPS, it's no decision about it. I'm gonna let you. This was your item.
That when DCPS does snow.
Yeah, I remember. I just didn't remember. Never mind. Yeah, no, I didn't know we had put it in on this one. So did you put that on? Okay, cool. Yeah, so one of the things that I realized during the some of the snow situations or snow when we cancel schools is there was a distinct difference between what was happening in DCPS versus what was happening with DC government.
You notice that? That's been going on for 50 years.
Well, let's do something about it. Right, and so that's what we're here for. And so what I'm saying is if we're saying that, kids are out, but our families, have to go into work, it means that our families have to take off of work, and some families can't afford to take off of work. But we have two different systems technically under the same, rule, right? Then we should make sure that there's some type of alignment. Because once again, we are making it so like families have to take, which they may not have. And I think that it's really inconveniencing our families and some unfortunately, some parents are gonna go to work and their kids are gonna be at home alone. And so I think that we should definitely think about what that looks like, if we wanna make some changes with that.
What are the two systems? You're talking
The DC government, no, DC government and DCPS, and a lot of the charters follow DCPS. Almost all of them follow DCPS.
Right, but what are the two systems?
So the mayor is the head of DC government as a whole for adult people.
Yeah.
And the mayor is the head of. If that's what you're referring to. So I would mark this in the bucket of, yes, this makes common sense. I'm gonna go with us as the common, and some of the others in this room, because some people say common sense isn't so common. I think the other thing that I would like us to include is just a nod to like, please let people know that. Like, I know that we can't enforce any of that, but I do think it's actually really important. I actually was talking to someone who was like, yeah, I wish I would have known that these were closed, because I got up, I was rushing, I was on, and I got there and like, was stuck. Like, just woke up and stomach hit.
Yeah.
And of course, I was on Twitter, and not everybody follows on Twitter, or not everybody, right? So like, that happened, like, but I was at the, please let us know behind, but with GC, generally supportive of this.
I'm gonna say very briefly, I worked for Vince Gray. Vince would always say, I'd rather make the call by 10 p.m. and have it be raining outside because the went another direction than make people scramble at the last minute, try to make plans. So I think 10 o'clock, right, yeah, 10 p.m. works for everybody. And I agree, there should be common sense that people should exercise, like trying to give people more telework, but there is a whole category of essential employees that they need in there. Yeah, so obviously, but telework. I think there should be, maybe rather than calling it, I want to call it something. Telework for like this non-emergency employees, because it's better not to have those people on the street for one thing. And then you still get a full day's work out of them. But if you close, then maybe you lose the ability to get that work. So, maybe not calling it a closure, but allowing flexible telework options. If DCPS closes, something like that. But it's a great idea. I think that's good. Thank you.
A lot of us so in December, a lot of proposal around cuts. I did a whole bunch of digging to figure out who would get hit the hardest by this. And there's a lot of places where kids are. I know that since then, more recently, the council put forth a proposal to put additional funding in Florida, and actually moving toward the lion's share over our neighboring jurisdictions in Virginia. But I think it's important that we weigh in and say like how absolutely important this is, given we do not bus kids to school. And I have certain communities that straight up transportation deserts, and I depended on a bus line that like actually might sacrifice. And so I just feel it's important to underscore, and I think granted that I appreciate people stepping up and saying what it will do, but that it will actually happen. And would like for us to also understand
and not make the already of many of our students. That is my pitch of what I would like to accomplish. It's just the ending it to the how I pitch.
He's, I don't think. Oh, who's the chair of the board? I don't know if they switched it out. That'd be interesting. Okay. But I'm on board with you 100%.
You want to hate this idea. All right, that's the margin for that. All right, so we will talk about that via email. Last, I think it's important. A deadline on this fun stuff. I don't know what I'm thinking to start with this. I don't know, I am curious what other language, and it doesn't have to be all now tonight, that people want to put on the table, but I heard, Representative Williams talk about some of the things that are in the later, that G category, that might need to be in the wheel, and we need to discuss those things, but OSSI will send us that, we will collect feedback, we will send it back. OSSI does have to send us a final version, but I want to make sure that we are on the same page, that the expectation is that there will be some discussion, with us as a board around what we would like to be. It's not even an amendment yet, because it's still a draft, what would need to be included in the final draft. Questions, comments, concerns?
My question about is for our committee that we co-chair, what is the process for that? Is that something that necessarily has to come from our committee or anything like that? I see everybody saying, no, we don't. So.
It's already out of committee. And at this, it's already, so, the committee has done its work, it's out of committee, this work is at the board level now. And so I would expect that the board, is kind of trying.
Thank you.
And hopefully, members will be getting emails tonight or early tomorrow morning about things that were discussed today. I'm hoping from Dr. Lane.
Tonight?
Well, that's what she said. I don't know about tonight. I know I said tonight or tomorrow morning. But so, members could share that with us, with the board, about what you got. Because I've got a feeling that some of them are in this resolution, hopefully. Or things are added to, what OSSI will do kind of thing. That's what I got, what they were saying.
So I'm expecting actually a central communication back. So we are all on, not separate emails, people. I'm expecting OSSI will transmit us where they were the latest and greatest.
Okay.
Of the draft. B,
will have back and forth as a board. We will send it back. Posse will then send us back the final draft, is what I'm saying, and it will happen.
I guess my wonder with that, and I had shared with the board earlier, like the particular details that I feel I would like to be included is what is like the internal communication look like amongst ourselves before sending something back to Oxy? Because like, I mean, Andrew or, you know, Dr. Grant might email us, right? And then how are we going to compile a response that to send back to them?
No, we'll just, yeah, we'll just say.
But, so then we just email each other?
Yes,
Okay.
it'll be an internal email amongst us.
Okay, that's, yeah, that was,
Yes, but we're going back.
yeah, I'm losing steam.
I know,
Yeah.
it's that time, and
Yeah.
so that's why I was like, I wanna make sure I'm hearing and everybody's, that's why I'm doing the list for that. Cause you know, like I said, it's been heavy lifting this evening, and I'm just trying to keep us all on the same page.
Just to clarify, is it gonna be like an email chain back and forth, or is it gonna be like a shared line or that? Or
It could be, it's probably gonna be a SharePoint thing, but the SharePoint link still will come in. Yeah, I feel like we're getting to that point of minutes, but like,
I wanna make sure I'm writing down the right thing.
okay, yes.
And that's helpful, but I do think that even if we're like making comments on a SharePoint doc, like that if they're longer, it's easier to just communicate in an email, even if you put a suggested change on the SharePoint doc. Because if you put a long comment, it's just hard to read replies and comments. I don't know, again, in the weeds, but just keep
Might be
people.
at the point now where there aren't a whole lot of long comments needed.
I would hope, I think we will seek the possibility, and if we need to, like, send an email, or we can, I think we can manage that. But we will send the thing for people to comment. I'm going to ask that we are responding to each other's comments, so like, if I write a comment that's like, I want to see this thing, my ask is that folks are like, all right, I like it, I don't like it, like that level of communication. So that we can actually have something that is reflective of the fuller board. I would also ask people to be clear about like, what, like, I need, like, for me, I'm like, the two things that I'm like, I need to see teacher retention, I need to see climate. I don't need to see 20 other things, like, that's not where we are at the point of this process. So, I'm just asking us to kind of over communicate a bit on this, so that we can kind of set this up. So that's my ask.
Just one comment about it.
Yes, sir.
Is, just as we did with the social studies standards, we spent a lot of time on social studies standards, and we came to an agreement about it. Everybody's not gonna get everything that they want out of this thing yet, probably until forever. But you gotta work as a board. And if it gets to a point where we're agreeing with most of the things, and there aren't that many things, I don't think, that we need, but there are some important things that we need. So a lot of those were, and I think all of them were brought up today. But, you know, if the conversation that we had tonight is a true conversation, then we should get a lot of stuff back that will satisfy us as a group. That's the way I'm looking at it. If they do, if it happens. And if it doesn't happen, then.
I mean, I think
Let's
the
stay in
thing
the
is,
mode of,
yeah.
let's try to make it happen,
Yeah.
right? So unlike last working session where we did not have a personnel emergency, the notes for this working session will go out. And we will have something to work from. And so all the things that will be stated will be written down in one place.
I don't want us to go into the spiral of like, what if all the things don't happen yet? I want us to do our best, to try to close the delta. And then if we can't close the delta, then we deal with if we can't close the delta, what tactics we take as a board, to get moving. But I'm gonna reserve that, for another day. Because I've already expressed my other frustrations earlier. I wanted to be able to like close on a happier note, if we can. And it is now 9:49. 9:49. All right, and we still have one more. I am coming to you, Representative Peterson.
Thank you. So this came out of the December public meeting panel about educator mental health. So one of the things that they reported positively about were these wellness grants. So we had testimony from Red Star Wise and people from Power Ed who can point to positive outcomes associated with these grants that come from OSCE. So the idea of this resolution is just to affirm that these are helpful where they're being implemented, and kind of ask that so they've been funded to a point, but not beyond that. So to just show support for continuing this program and expanding when possible. It also includes Representative Best's recommendation asking for regular collection of data on educator mental health. Since this became public, Scott Goldstein reminded me that Power Ed also has outcome data that we can include to more firmly tie the relationship between these and teacher retention. So I would like to add a clause on that. That's agreeable. Otherwise, just thinking back from the whole board on this.
This is a really powerful resolution. It's very short. It's got a lot of stuff in it. And the deep thing of it is line 38. Recommends reintroducing and amending the statewide data warehouse amendment act 2021.
Okay.
I love it.
Excitement on Representative O'Leary's face.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to put something under the door.
So I do have some thoughts and questions on this that I do want to talk about. So I want to learn more about what Robert White's bill is and what the fiscal impact of it is before we commit to supporting it. It's going to be a really tight year this year with the budget, and going on record supporting this bill. I want to fully understand what it does. What I'm not clear on with this is if that bill involves. I don't know why the council is approving leave days for folks when that should be done through collective bargaining. So I want to make sure this bill isn't, and I don't know the bill well enough, so I want to make sure it's not getting into collective bargaining issues and understand what this does. So I don't know who sets leave policy. I figured that would be done through collective bargaining. But I'm glad to look at it. I am concerned about the fiscal impact of the bill. Also, I had the opposite reaction kind of. I think we should reintroduce the statewide data warehouse amendment act, but I think I don't think the board should resolve to do something ourselves. We should just do it. So I think having a resolution where we're saying the state board recommends reintroducing and amending this, because it wasn't this our bill. So I don't think we should put that in here. I don't think we should recommend ourselves to do something. We should just go do it then. And like, if we support doing that, we should just reintroduce the bill. We shouldn't recommend that we do it.
Well, we can talk about it, but.
Okay.
Mendelssohn has to introduce it.
But we introduce it through him, right?
Yes, we did through him. It has been a standing agenda item about maybe some interest in the bill. I don't, know what a resolution is now. I'm also running out of space.
I'll follow up with
Talk about the
Representative
tax,
Henderson.
but the data warehouse bill is not all of our.
But it's different. Different area. It recommends reintroducing, but it's also adding things, it's amending it.
I just don't think we should recommend things to ourselves. Like, I don't think we should say the state board recommends that the state board do this. I think we should just go do it.
I think it's recommending it to the chairman on the council members too, because we can't do it. We're asking for.
No, we can. We can introduce, like, what we should do with these is we should approve a bill. And then we send it to the chairman. So we send the chairman our proposed bill, like the AG does, like the OCFO does. And the chairman introduces it at the request of the state board. So the chairman's technically introducing it, but he's introducing our bill. He can't change it to put his own spin on it. He introduces what we give him. So,
But the thing's been laboring in some closet for 4 years.
I think we can talk about tactics at another time.
Okay.
But is there anything else on the resolution outside the tactics of the statewide data warehouse bill? All right, the pride from ceremonial resolution, I think we're gonna move to the next meeting because of the Sunday. Is not here, which means I'm to thank all of you members for your time and engagement this evening. Our public meeting will be held, they can still see us. The public, just give me 30 seconds. The public meeting will be held on February 21st in the old council chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. With no further business before the board, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Was there a second? All right, it's, I'm assuming I don't even have to ask for the age, but all in favor? Sounds overwhelming to me. The meeting of the state board is adjourned at 9:56 p.m.